Greetings, everyone. Do apologize for the lateness, but nothing starts before its time, as we all know. I ain't going to waste much of your time. I'm just going to get straight into it. But before we call up Brother Kaba, I'm going to also introduce Brother Imak. Is it possible you can just step up for a while? Could you please give this brother a round of applause, please? Because he's also a part of making this happen. And the brother's from Amsterdam, right?
Yes.
From Amsterdam, and he's been doing the works over in Amsterdam. So hopefully as well in the near future, we're going to be returning and we're going to be doing lots of works where we can be bringing speakers over, doing events and lectures and seminars and so on and so forth. So Brother Imak, if you'd like to say a few words to the people just to let them know what it is.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
I'm not going to keep you long. Yes, thank you. I'm going to explain a little bit what I do in Holland. The same thing like you're doing here. I'm trying to educate my people about our history. But microphone. Microphone?
Yes. Okay. Microphone. Thank you.
Once again, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Imak, and I come from Holland, live in Amsterdam. I'm doing the same thing what you are doing here, try to educate my people, to bring lecturers over from, if it's possible, everywhere from the globe, bring them to Holland. We are now already 2.5 years, but it's going slowly. If I look at you here, then your speed is very faster than the people over there, because my people are still locked up, and you know what I mean. It's very difficult to teach them one thing, because every time if you try to teach them, I find, sorry if somebody is religious, I find religion in my way, but I'm not anti-religion. I want only thing to educate my people about their history, because the way what is happening now in Holland, from all the groups that are living there, the Nubians are the ones who are at the back. We still sit at the back of the bus, also in economic life. But I hope that soon these things change. But that's all I want to tell you. Coming time, we will have a few other people over. I hope that they're going to be here also. And I want to, this brother Kaba, Watakamene, we've been yesterday to his lecture. I don't gonna say nothing. This is powerful. I'm telling you, and I want to thank you for that I can say a few words to you, and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much. As we all know what the topic is, well, I don't think I need a microphone. Loud enough. We all know what the topic is today. A sister just earlier on was passing by. She said, what's going on this evening? And I explained to her, it's about the mysteries of the Dogon. She said, well, I've never heard about this Dogon stuff. Well, where's it come from? And I said, well, it's that time. You didn't hear about it before because you weren't meant to hear about it. See, so it's all coming out now. This information about the Dogon, the African, these people that the European have considered as primitive. If you look at the word primitive, you see the word prime native in there, which shows that that's us. It's your ancestors. So we need to get back, or we need to return, not get back, but need to return to once what was and what is, you see. So the brother's going to be giving you some real deep stuff on the Dogon, and I want you to take it, cherish it, bury it, and live it, because it is you, and you are it. So without further ado, I'm not going to keep you waiting. A lot of you know this brother by the name of Booker T. Coleman. I don't think he's very favorable of being called that name. It's Brother Kaba. So for future references, that Brother Kaba, it's Booker T. X Booker T. Coleman. That's the X, name as we know him by. But the brother's real deep. You may have seen the DVD with him and Gabriel Oyibo was one of the main ones, first ones I saw of the brother, and the brother just went into it deep. I'm telling you, it blew my mind. And I know definitely with the information that he has here today, he's going to do the same thing. So without further ado, can you give a warm round welcome, please, for Brother Kaba? Thank you very much.
Hotep. Jumbo. I would also like to follow up with my brother Israel in thanking Brother Imak. Brother Imak and I have been talking since March about these events that have been going on this past weekend. And in celebrating our ancestor, probably one of the finest human beings that ever walked the planet, who lived and died and was in the plan of liberating us when he transcended and joined the ancestors here in London in 1940. I couldn't begin without celebrating and pour libation for the spirit and the energy of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Let's give our brother. And never is there a storm or a tornado or a hurricane that I don't look for that brother in the whirlwind. His voice, his everything he did. And I am from New York, born and raised in New York. And Brother Imak and I have been talking, and I thank my brother so much for his tenacity, for his struggle, and for all that he did. Because it took a lot to get me here, and I know that on his part. He may not talk about it, but I know it took a lot. He then reaching out to Ancient Future and to Muata Books also extended this piece, and they joined in helping me get here. And so I really appreciate your inviting me here. Wherever Africans are, Africa is. And wherever Africa is, I am home. Make me no difference where I am, and that is what the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey was teaching us. Africa for Africans at home and abroad. And it's something that as we go into this 21st century and we experience these events, we look at our children, it's important that we begin to understand that many are called, but few are chosen. And I have never looked for large numbers of our people, because some of our people, wherever I go, I can tell by their face that they are asleep. They don't mean anybody any harm. They have, just by matter of degree, been impacted by this maafa, this Kiswahili word that means terroristic disaster. Dr. Wade Nobles, a psychiatrist from San Francisco, says that African people are the recipients of shattered consciousnesses and fractured souls. And what we're doing here in these activities is we're coming back together again. And it's so interesting that we would do it in the reflection of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, because this is what he was talking about. He was talking about us coming together in whatever pace, by matter, whatever degree, we open up our consciousness and begin to look at our history and our culture and understand that we are a great people. And the more I learn how much I have more to learn. People say when we do presentations and they talk to me about what I present, and they say, I'm learning. And I tell them, brother, sister, I'm learning too. The books that I read today are opening up my third eye. My chakras are constantly in energetic motion because of what I feel as an African person. And I'm getting to understand this more and more as I move through this process. So I am honored and I'm privileged to be here with you. Because for me to be able to share this information, I'm growing too. Every day I grow. It's not about, and so when we start to talk, ask questions and get into this dialogue, it's not about me talking to you, it's about us growing together. And so I'm hoping that you take this presentation as a growth process, so that when you leave this place today, that it's not just about you heard a lecture. If you walk out of here and can do something with what you've learned, I've been successful. But if this just becomes a bunch of information that you now are recording, I have failed. The Moors taught us that if you can't use what you learned, you wasted your time attempting to learn it. You should be able to use what you learn. Leave here as a different person than who walked in. To understand who the Dogon were and to understand who the Kemites were. It's important that you understand Africa, as Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop teaches us, that there is a cultural unity in Africa. When our world was shattered, Dr. Van Sertima talks about this when he talks about what happened when the European came to Africa. He shattered Africa and he sent it to all different parts of the planet. Of course now, we had already been to all those parts of the planet already, but we went differently. We went differently. We didn't go the way we went when we were, as your brother Robin Walker talks. When he talks about when we were in charge, when black men and women ruled the world. We went as servants to others, not realizing that they were using us all the while. So when we study the ancients, when we study what our ancestors have taught us, when we study the Dogon, when we study the Kemites, what we're actually doing is we are studying Voodoo. We are studying Candomblé of Brazil. We are studying Santeria, Puerto Rico, República Dominicana, Cuba. We're studying the African American Baptist Church. Because I try to tell brothers and sisters in the Baptist Church, you talk about Santeria, but what you're doing is the same thing that they're doing. It's the same thing. It is the Orisha. It is the nature. It is the understanding of a great creator, of bringing all of this information together to make this happen for our people. This legacy is very real for us, and it's living in us. Everything that has ever happened and everything that will ever happen is in the mind of a fetus when it's conceived. And all that happens in this human experience is that we just evolve and become conscious. It's as if we turn out all the lights. We can see nothing in the room. And all of a sudden, you find the light switch, you turn the light switch on, you see tables, you see beads, you see necklace, you see pictures, you see chairs, you see human beings, you see tables. Did all those things appear in the room when you turned that light on? No, they were always there. Your light just wasn't on. Well, that's the collective experience of the world, of the cosmic reality. We have collected in our minds all the information. All you have to do is turn on your light and see what's in your mind. Nobody's going to teach you anything. Whatever I say today, you already knew. The best I can do is assist you in knowing you already knew it. But I am not going to tell you anything you did not walk in this room knowing already. And this is the way the collective life experiences. The way in which education is put upon not just African people, but all people. Its purpose is to control and to contain in a box. And if you ever step out that box, you will then see a world that is outside the box. The decisions you make will be made not only from what you see in the box, but what you know exists outside the box. If that ever happens, you once again will rule the world. So the educational system is going to try to keep you in this box. And whenever your ancestors start to talk to you, whenever they start to warn you, whenever they start to bring you up, they're going to tell you, you crazy. Because you're listening to your ancestors. But I have to be honest with you. Having studied their history, if I were them, I would do it too. My mama always taught me, always walk in the shoes of your enemy. Because if you can understand why he or she does what he or she does, then you can understand what you must do. But as long as you're coming at somebody from you to them, you'll never understand how they're coming at you. So the decisions you make are going to be wrong. These are the kinds of things that we have to start to begin to think about as we are encountering our daily lives here in London, in Amsterdam, in New York, Bronx, New York, Gary, Indiana. Wherever we are, we have to understand this about ourselves. And we have to get to our children. I've spent 32 years with our children. Aren't they beautiful? Yeah, I'm talking about the ones with the hat on sideways. And the pants falling off their butt. And the shoelace untied. And the one like this. That look like Osiris to me, doesn't it? They don't realize that this is Osiris. And they don't understand because we don't know that's Osiris. Asar. Asaru. We don't know it, so we can't tell them. Hey, yo, you know who you are? You're the king of the earth and the heavens, and you're the judge. That's who you are, young brother, as you stand there like this with your hat on sideways. We have to teach our children the truth and help them understand what they're experiencing out here. In being with our children so long, I don't wonder what's wrong with them. I wonder what's wrong with us as the adult population. And I'm preaching to the choir here now, I know, because you have taken out your Sunday to be here, so I know you understand this. I'm talking about us as a collective African people. We have not stood with our children and explained to them because they come to me and we talk. So I know what must be happening in the homes of New York. I speak on my experience in New York. But places I go, I see it all the same. We are a great people. We are a mighty people. Who Marcus Garvey taught us we will rise by the will of our will. Bob Marley says no one can curse who Jah has blessed. And the fact that we're still here, you know, we're not supposed to be here right now. The way the history books would have planned it out psychologically for what they did to us, really did to us, we should be dead, insane, or running around in the mother continent never understanding who we are as a people. But for us to be assembled here in this group in London, in the heart of the beast, America is the belly of the beast. London is the brain of the beast. Think about it. Think about how great you are. So when we talk about the Ma'afa, the terroristic disaster, yeah, we talk about the horrific part of it, but isn't it a wonderful celebration to know that even though they did all that, still we rise. Still we can have festivals. We can look at life as something worth living. We can share with each other. What a miracle and what a great people we are. That we could arrange for a brother to travel over 3,000 miles to come here and have this fellowship with you. To be able to go back to America and tell your brothers and sisters in America what I experienced here. That's a wonderful experience. That is Marcus Garvey brought back to life. We are living Marcus Garvey's dream. It's all around us, but we have to realize this. And we have to count our blessings. Yes, there are curses, but we have to count our blessings. Because when I think about what Marcus Garvey did without the internet, without the computer, without the cameras, without the phone, when I think of what, I'm ashamed to talk about how rough I got. Look at what he did. And here, he gave his spirit back to the ancestors, right here in London. This is where I am. I'm in the land where Marcus Garvey's spirit hovers. And that was one of the things I was thinking about as I was coming here. So it's important that we understand how great we are, and we have to know that the Dogon people are our people. The Kemetic people are our people. Everything in their DNA is in our DNA. And all we have to do is access that information and bring it back. The pyramid building mind is in our mind. The Dogon astronomical understandings of the calendrical system and the movement of Sirius A and Sirius B is in our minds. All we have to do is turn the light on in our mind to see it. It's right there. So with that, I'd like to begin. We're going to talk about the Dogon of Mali, West Africa. And we're going to approach it a couple of ways, because I'm going to approach it like I would talk to young people. I'm going to start in a way that I'm going to break these things down in an understanding that we can move forward and collectively move together, so that our young people who are here, our teens who are here, our middle-aged, elders, all, let's make it plain. Let's make the complex simple, because that's the mark of a true genius. Make it plain. That's what Malcolm used to tell us. Make it plain. The most intelligent person is someone that can take an entire paragraph of words and say it in one sentence. We try to impress everybody with all these extra words and all these extra ideas when, make it plain. Make it simple so everybody can understand it, because it takes more intellectual ability to take a lot and condense it into small than to just try to give everybody big stuff. So let's make it plain. Okay? I'm hitting that button right there. I was hitting that one. Is that right? Yeah, man, because I hit this one.
Presentation.
Yeah, I just hit this one. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's good. So we start. Yeah, it's cool. Doesn't need the.
Are you ready to present?
Yes, man, that's the next slide.
Yeah, you gotta put it on. It's presentation at the bottom here. See the third button from the right.
Third button from the left. You know why we get this ready? Let me tell you a story. When I was talking to brother, you see, I come from a typewriter generation. See, this computer thing and all this is new to me. Thank you, brother. And I spoke to brother Enoch. I said, brother, because I do overhead projector. I do overheads on the transparency. And I was asking brother Enoch, because I have everything on transparencies. I said, brother, can you get me a slide projector? And brother said to me, I'll check. Email me back. He said, brother, we're having trouble. He said, do you do PowerPoint presentation? I said, brother, I'm not there yet. I'm walking, but I'm not there yet. I need some time. And so I said to myself, well, and you know what's real is that technology is getting to the point where things that came before are no longer being sold. It's very difficult to find an overhead projector now. It's very hard to find cassette. People do CD. It's very hard to find video cassette. People do DVD. So there are things that people are just not doing anymore. And I'm saying to myself, look, brother, if you're going to do this, you got to step up. So my daughter come home from college. And I say, Kandike, named after the Ethiopian queen. Kandike, I need you to help me with my PowerPoint. Sister being a child of mine said, well, what's in it for me? So I said, I'll set you up. Just teach, sister, because I got to know this in a couple of days. So she teaches me PowerPoint. And man, I'm just so proud of myself. I'm doing this PowerPoint presentation. And I got 105, man. I just went buck wild. I did 105 slides. It was so big, I tried to email it. The computer came back and said, too big. But I was just proud. I want to show everybody I could do this. And so I come, do the PowerPoint. I come in, Enoch, the night before, we go to Tilsburg, which is south of Amsterdam. We test it out. I see that it works. It's on his computer. Man, this is good now. We walk into the place where I'm going to do the presentation in Tilsburg. What's in the middle of the floor? An overhead projector. See, that's how the ancestors work. The ancestors knew that the only way I was going to learn PowerPoint is if I was put to that position where it was do or die. And I think about that as all things in life, because sometimes necessity is the mother of invention. And I really need to learn PowerPoint, because that's the way of the future. Yes, she's talking. It's okay. It's okay. That's how I felt when I was trying to learn PowerPoint. I didn't let my daughter know that, but that's how I felt. So I feel the sister back there. I know what she's going through. But thank you, brother, for the help. I'm a curriculum writer. And basically what I do is I take all of our scholars' work and I try to break it down into a presentation that I can then give to our community. Not a lecture. Not a lecture. There's a difference between a lecture and a presentation to me. And so the information that I give, if I could have all the time I needed, in New York we have developed what we call the Per Ankh. Per Ankh means the house of life, the temple of life. It is what we called our school. And we meet every Thursday. And we meet 14 times one term, and then we meet 14 times another term. And so we start with class 1. And all of these classes here basically would be one class if I had the time. So we're going to condense all this as I speak to you this evening. But I would begin with helping us understand higher order thinking skills. It's important that we understand, how did the Dogon think? How did they think? What would allow a people who did not have telescopes, did not have what we might call the trappings of what we call a modern society? How could they do things that the modern society couldn't do? How could they see things that the greatest telescopes couldn't see? How could they do this? What was on their mind? See, we don't think like Africans think. Because I cannot speak for you, but many of us are wondering or planning on making money to pay the rent, to buy food. The Dogon did not have that worry because they knew what was going to go down. So they could spend their time raising their consciousness as opposed to us spending part of our day stressed out because we're worried about how we're going to live from day to day. And this is what this system does. It keeps you worried so you can't grow. But the Dogon had higher order thinking skills where they were able to take information that was large and collapse it. It's like, I can use London, money, pounds. I use American money. We have 100 pennies. You know 100 pennies? You have something like that here too, right? However, if you carried 100 pennies around in your pocket, it would get pretty heavy. So what do? You take 100 pennies and you collapse it into one coin. Am I right? It's called a pound. Is that correct? In America, we take 100 pennies and collapse it into $1. We could take 5 pennies and make a nickel, which is 5 cents. 5 pennies. That 5 cents is in that nickel. Even though this is only one thing, it represents 5 things. We then could take 10 pennies or 2 nickels, and we have what we call a dime, which is 10 cents. We're walking together here? Well, that's like information. That's the way the Dogon thought. They kept collapsing information into pieces so that they didn't have to carry around 500 pennies, which they could carry a $5 bill. You take upwards of 20,000 pennies, you can take 50,000 pennies, and you can carry around a piece of paper that represents all those heavy pennies that you carry, you collapse it. That's what the Dogon mind did. That's what the Kemetic mind did. It was constantly collapsing things in the mind in order to do it. But how did they do it? Because now you have to look at how did they develop this way of thinking. Because before we talk about the Dogon, you have to understand the brilliance of their mind. As simple as it was complex. Simple, but complex. They made everything that was complex simple. Complex is 100 pennies. Simple is carrying $1. They made complex simple. We then would go into the 4 levels of Dogon philosophy. We're going to talk about that. The Dogon creation story. How did the Dogon see the world created? African constellations. What did the Dogon know about astronomy? And if they knew this, how did they know this? No Europeans came to tell them this. When you look at where the Dogon live, you know. Most Africans don't want to go there. The Dogon live in rough territory. Dry, arid, hot, cliffs. It's not the most attractive place to live, but it had everything they needed to take them to where they had to go, which was a brilliant, very brilliant people. Dogon Astronomy Part 2, we deal with what the Dogon actually knew. What did they actually know? We hit about 15 points. This is the first lesson. in terms of higher order thinking skills. If I had time, we could really get deep into this, but we'll go as deep as we possibly can for the time that we have. You'll understand it. But if I had more time, if this whole thing could be dedicated to one class, I could expand this out. In light of that, I'm going to make the complex simple. So I'm going to attempt to demonstrate to you what I mean by making the complex simple. This literally is going to be 12 hours that I'm going to condense into an hour and a half. And you're going to walk away with the information that you would walk away if we had all the time. That's my challenge this evening. The 4 levels of Dogon philosophical consciousness. What did they think? How did they think? How did they develop their thought patterns? What did their schools look like? How did they teach their children? And how can we teach our children reflective of how they taught theirs? And when we were here in London with our grandmothers and grandfathers and down south in Mississippi, and when we were in Amsterdam with our families, did in fact our ancestors, our grandmothers, actually replicate this teaching pattern and we just didn't know it? Because I believe that we are still being taught this way, but only by those that have not been contaminated by the material world. Geography and history of the Dogon. It's important to understand. When you place somebody in time and space, you can take them anywhere you want to go. I'll give you an example. I first went to Kemet with Dr. Ben in 1983. 2 weeks before we went to Kemet, Dr. Ben, we met in a place where he gave us like an introduction of what we're going to experience 2 weeks before. This was in July. And he looked at us and he said, there's something I want to tell you. I don't want you to blame me for the person that's going to come back from Kemet. Because the person that's sitting in this place today is not going to be the person that comes back from Kemet. He could not have been more correct, because I'm still trying to figure out who was in that place when I was sitting in that seat. A visit to Kemet will transform you into a whole nother way of thinking. When you see what our ancestors actually did in Kemet, you can't come back the same person. So when I think about these concepts and what Dr. Ben did in terms of that, he revolutionized our look and their look even. The Nubians in Kemet look differently at themselves today because of Dr. Ben, and for all the hundreds of African people who have gone there from London, from Amsterdam, and from all parts of the world, have now returned back. When I went to Kemet in 1987, when there was the ASCAC conference, I was sitting on a boat with a young brother who went to the Nubian Cultural School, and his master teacher was there. And the master teacher told me that he met 2 weeks before then, which would have been in 1987. It was the first time in his life he met an African-American heart surgeon. He didn't know African-Americans were heart surgeons. When we started going there as doctors and lawyers, we showed our people in southern Egypt that it's possible. Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark were giving a presentation at the at the Old Cataract in Aswan. There was a brother named Muhammad who rode one of the boats, the Felucca. He would take people on rides. And he heard Dr. Ben was going to give a lecture. And he said to me, you know, you came with, I said, yeah, I came with Dr. He said, can I meet Dr. Ben? I said, sure. And I told him when to meet me, and we were walking towards Dr. Ben's presentation at the Old Cataract Hotel. And when we got to where the cars come and the thing comes up and down to let the cars through, I was walking, and I turned around, and Muhammad was behind me. And I said, come on. And he said, I can't. I said, why can't you come? He said, because I'm not allowed. I said, well, why not? He said, Nubians aren't allowed in the hotel. I said, what? You know, see, because for those of you who remember America, you remember Mississippi? I'm thinking Mississippi, sitting in the back of the bus. can't go into the, I said, oh no, we're not going to do this. I'm paying my money. You're my guest. You're coming with me. Long story short, Muhammad came with me and he met Dr. Ben. I say this story because this example is only one of many stories of Africans who are returning with the consciousness that we have to Nubia, letting our brothers and sisters know you don't have to sit on the back of the bus no more. You not only can go into the hotel, you can own the hotel. There are places around the world where our people who are looking at those of us who are conscious, and you know it's a lonely world when you're conscious, you know. And African, it's a lonely world, you know that. But when you bring that consciousness into a room of other African people who are on the verge of getting it on, like that's what George Clinton said, on the verge of getting it on, all you got to do is open your mouth and you will transform them. And what we have to do is understand this and begin to develop this concept, and this is what the Dogon had. And this is the way in which they thought, because when you focus somebody in time and space, I came back and I had my kindergarten class and I was excited about it. I was telling them about my experience in Egypt, in ancient Egypt, and I was telling them what the temples look like. I was showing them slides. I was showing them the temples. I was showing them the Nubians. And one of the children raised their hand and they said, Brother Booker, next time we go on a school field trip, can we go to ancient Egypt? And I realized that in my excitement of teaching that story, I had not grounded those children in time and space. They didn't understand that the time I was talking about was thousands of years ago. And because the slides were so close to them, it's called spatiality when you're teaching. Because the slide and Egypt was so close to them, they thought on the next field trip, you could go from the Bronx to Egypt. So not only did they think they could go back in time, but they thought they could go across the waters because they weren't grounded in time and space. And had I grounded them in time and space, they would have understood I was talking about a long time ago, far away. Many times we do not learn in time and space. So we need to know where do the Dogon live and what is the history of the Dogon. Before I get into the astronomy, I got to pick this up and take you through the process of where they're from and who they are. The creation story, Numu and Amma, water and word. That's their creation story. It mirrors the Shabaka stone. It mirrors the story of the Kemetic origin of the universe. The four constellations that we have to look at in astronomy. How then could they take that creation story, that philosophy, that knowledge, and then begin to look up in the heavens and see things that telescopes could not see until 1930, upwards of 1970? How could they do this? They had no telescopes. How did they do this? We're going to talk about how we think they might have been able to do that. And then we're going to talk about certain points about the Dogon, about the Sirius system, Canis Major, the great dog, Dogon consciousness, the owl. In Kemet, Meduneter, the owl represents the letter M. Now, I know we all talk about the Greeks, okay, but let me tell you something about the Greeks. There's no such thing as Greeks. They don't exist. And the Greeks don't have a language, and they don't have an alphabet. The Greek alphabet is an Egyptian alphabet that came from the Ethiopian alphabet. The owl in Meduneter represents the letter M. Look at the M's. All these M's. What the Kemites did is they took pictographs. They took pictures around them. And then what they did is that out of the picture they drew a script. The letter for N is lines that look like that. Wavy lines. If you took off part of that line, you would have the letter N. Look at the letter A as a vulture. And when you look at the letter A from the side, when you look at the vulture from the side, you can literally see how the letter A came from that. The Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone was a stone found, they say, in a place called Rosetta. In the top, it had hieroglyphs. In the middle, it had what they say, some people say Demotic, some say hieratic, but whatever it is, it was another form of writing of the ancient Kemetic legacy. The third, they say, was classical Greek. The third was not classical Greek. It was the African script that the Greeks could understand. Let me put it to you like this. You know, in America, we speak what they call Ebonics. Patois, we speak in the Caribbean, right? It's equivalent to, if we look at Ebonics, and in every one of us, we who speak from the French Caribbean, we did to the French language what Spanish people, Puerto Ricans did to Spanish, what African Americans did to English, what Jamaicans did to English. The people of Brazil don't speak the Portuguese spoken in Portugal. They speak a different variety of it with the mixtures possibly of the African and the Native American, the indigenous peoples. The Rosetta Stone, because you have to ask yourself, how can you have letters for a language you don't understand? So how could that third form of letters be Greek? You can't translate nothing if you don't understand the language. That third language that's at the bottom of the Rosetta Stone is not Greek. It's the language, the only language that the Greeks could morph and understand from what they got from the Kemites. Rosetta Stone. On the top, you have what might be called the King's English. Something written in King's English. The second would be Standard American English. And the third would be Ebonics. Ebonics is not African English. It's what Africans did to English when they were exposed to Standard American English. Standard American English was what Americans, so-called colonialists, did to English from the King's or the Queen's English, if you want to call it that. But the bottom line is, the Greek does not have a script. And here's my challenge. See, they don't let me go into classic conversations with people. Because here's what I ask them. Simple question. Let's keep it simple. Ask them this question. Any classicist that will tell you that the Greeks brought civilization, ask them this. Who was Thales of Miletus' teacher? Thales was their first formed educator. Who was his teacher? They cannot tell you because there's nowhere that is recorded. Because Thales is recorded to be the first person of any common sense in that part of the world. If they can answer that question, and here's a second question to ask them. Why did all of the great thinkers, Plato, Aristotle, you can go to Socrates, you go down the line, all of them, why were they persecuted by the Greek government for teaching a foreign doctrine? Because if what they taught was indigenous to Greek, it wouldn't be foreign. It would have been part of Greek culture. So they must have been teaching something outside of what the Greeks knew. This is just common sense. This is no heavy thinking here. We have been given a bill of goods and we don't know how great we are. English doesn't have a script. English isn't a language. Spanish isn't a language. German isn't a language. Dutch isn't a language. Why? It has no script. What's English script? What do we use in English script? What are the ABCs? It's the alphabet, but where did that come from that they say? Came from the Greek. That's Greek script. Spanish used the same script. German used the same script. Dutch used the same script. Portuguese, same script. But if what I just said to you holds true, when you write ABCs, what are you actually writing? You're writing an African script. But no one has ever taught us this. We think that the ABCs came from the Greeks. The Greeks was having so much trouble, they named all their knowledge after the first two letters they learned, alpha, beta. That's why it's called alphabet. Because that's all they could get. The Romans screwed that up. Romans took those letters and said, guess what? Let's make some math. So then they started having M, D, C, L, V, X, I. Isn't that the Roman numerals? 1,000, 500, 100. The only place I see that now is in the front of movies and the front of buildings. They said, we can't even use Roman numerals no more. They didn't even understand mathematics. As an African people, we have forgotten our history and our culture and what we've done and what we've achieved. And that is because I don't blame nobody. We're all growing by matter of degree. And all we have to do is just keep this process going. But let's look at the owl. The owl is looked upon as being very intelligent. And you know, by the way, the owl is not the most intelligent bird. We know that. It's not the most intelligent bird. However, when our ancestors looked at the owl, they noticed that it had two very interesting, powerful, creator-given talents. They had two gifts, two what they call specialities. And the bird itself was given a speciality. And the speciality in a bird is what? What can a bird do real good? It can see. What can an owl do? It can see in the dark. In other words, it can see truth in a lie. It can see intelligence in ignorance. It can see sense in nonsense. It can see in the dark. So our ancestors said, isn't this a wonderful characteristic? Isn't that a wise person that can take out of all of this ignorance, can draw out the light out of the darkness? What else can the owl do that's very special? It can turn its head 360 degrees. In other words, you can see all angles of things. Not only can you see brilliance in the dark, but you can see all angles of things so that you get a circular, circuitous, a circled vision of things so you can see things that others don't see. What a wonderful characteristic for a human being to be able to do. To see light and dark and to see all angles of things. That, to the Kemites, was how they defined wisdom and genius. And they took the owl and made it represent. But why the letter M? Why M? Mothers in here. You know, you go 10 months bringing that child into the world. First word is say, Dad. I go through all this, and he calling Dad, who been sitting on the couch just chilling all this time. I'm going through this morning sickness and all this. He called Dad. Baba, Kaka, Lala. But what's the last thing that child says? Mama. And the reason why is because vocally is the hardest formation of the tongue and the mouth to form. When that child can say, that's when the child has come into consciousness. Sometimes a few days is good, my sister. Sisters like that. Because now they know themselves because they know from whence they came. When we meditate, what is the word that we use? Om. I want you to try this. Let's all try together. And when you do this, I want you to try to find the area that is giving you the sensation. Om. Inside your head, all of your senses meet. What you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, what you touch, all focus in on an area that's called the Shittite. It's this one area. It is an area that is by some called the vault of initiation. It's in your third ventricle. It's an area that vibrates when you do It vibrates, and it vibrates the melanin in your third ventricle that vibrates your pineal gland and your pituitary body and your optic thalami. Your pineal gland is a gland responsible for your spiritual growth. Your pituitary body is responsible for your physical growth. Your optic thalami, you have two thalami, and they meet at a certain point in that same area. It's called the optic, or the eye of the thalami. Where it meets, that is responsible for your mental growth. So you have your physical, mental, and your spiritual growth in this area, and it's percolating in melanin that's vibrating at high levels of degree in your cerebral spinal fluid. You see, spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality. It's two sides of the same coin. That's why our ancestors had sacred science. You could not give to Caesar what was Caesar and God what was God, because Caesar was God and God was Caesar. In fact, you are God, having a human experience. And these are some of the things that we have to begin to understand. Because once you understand that you are God, you know, Roy used to sing a song. I think it was called God is a Man. And he used to sing it like God is Amen. But Amen, Amun, Amen. When he would sing it, I would listen to him. And what he was actually saying is not the male man, but human, God. We are all pieces of God. And the Dogon understood this. And there are ways to have union with God, your Ka, as they called it. The owl represented the symbol that would allow you to be able to make that connection with the universal Ka, with your Ka, like the ocean and a drop of water. Drop of water separated from the ocean. What part of the drop of water isn't the ocean, and what part of the ocean isn't in the drop of water? Upon the release of this physical body, this tomb that we were encased in when we were conceived, upon releasing this, George G.M. James says, it's about soul salvation. Our ancestors believed that life was about saving your soul. Soul salvation. Read the book Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James. He talks about this soul salvation. And so the owl becomes this symbol of the ability to be one with the larger forces around you, the collective unconscious, the ancestral line, the creator. Om. Om. Isn't that right? When something tastes good, what do you say? Mmm. When you get a great idea, what do you say? Mmm. When something ain't right, what do you say? Mm-mm. All of these sounds come from this concept of mmm. It's touching that quality in you that's allowing you to decipher right from wrong, good from bad, where you should go, where you should not go. And of course, in doing so, your chakra system is energized. Your chakras are energized there. And I just put a whole bunch of owls up there because I just want you to see all the M's in the pictograph of the owl. They're all there. Look at them. Here's one. Here's one. They got them over here. They got them up in their head. They got them in the face. All the letter M. Consciousness. Now, when I was wrestling with this idea about our culture and about where do we begin, I went to Professor Clark and I said to the master teacher, I said, Professor Clark, where do we begin our history? Because the history books deal with slavery. Okay, now we know the enslavement process is not where black folk need to start their history. We know that. But is it the pyramids? Is it the origin of life in Africa? Where do we begin? And one day I was sitting at a lecture, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, Ancestor, Intellectual Warfare, Essays in Ancient Egyptian Studies. These are all books that this great genius has written from Chicago. He said, we need to begin before the beginning began. We need to begin before the beginning began. We need to understand how we were existing before existence came into existence. I had to think about that for a while. And I said, there's a way to do it, but it's going to take time. So I looked at what we call a cosmic calendar. There's a man of European descent, his name is Carl Sagan. He wrote a series called Cosmos. He devised what he called the cosmic calendar. And what he did was that he broke the first moment that might call the Big Bang. Our ancestors called it Ptah. The Big Bang, the first moment, January 1st. And he ended it the last second or the last moment of that cosmic year. He gave every month a length of 1 billion years. And he began to evolve what was happening on the planet, what was happening in the cosmos during this time. And so he theorized that in the month of January and February, there were superclusters. Superclusters, you know, it's like when you look at fireworks. Fireworks go up in the air. Those pieces that go up explode and create. Those that go up explode and create. Well, that's the way in which science says the universe came into being. Superclusters exploded, created clusters. Clusters exploded, created galaxies. Galaxies exploded, created stars. Stars exploded, created planets. So that if we should start our history, we certainly can't start in Africa. Because we are children of the sun. We are cosmic, you know, we're not earthlings. We're starlings. We're not earthlings. And the Kemetic story will tell you that. Nut and Geb gave birth. Nut and Geb was given birth by Shu Tefnut. Nut and Geb were in a lover's embrace, and Shu came down and separated. Okay? Nut from Geb. But Nut was female. It's a sky. Geb was the earth, and it was male. To certain cultures, Native American culture, many cultures look at Mother Earth. Our ancestors, the Kemites, did not look at Mother Earth. They looked at Father Earth, Mother Sky. Because it was Nut who swallowed the sun at night and gave birth to it in the day. And the light and heat energy of the sun coming down on Geb was what created organic life on the earth. So even in the text, the nitrogen of us is what dies. But the spirit of us is the light and heat energy of the sun. And that's what we all are. This right here is a body that is encasing pure spirit. And the deeper you go into your body, the purer the spirit. Matter is coagulated or hardened spirit. The Kemites wrote about this. The Dogon wrote about this, and I'm going to show you how the Dogon knew about oxygen in the blood. How could they know that? How could the Dogon people know that oxygen flowed through the blood and was very important to the life of the blood? Now, when we get to the earth, September 14th is when he says that the earth was formed again. However, things are happening so quickly that we get to December. And that's when photosynthesis in the waters of the earth start. You have the Precambrian age. You have the age of the fishes. You have the age of the reptiles. You have the age of the mammals. Age of the fishes inside the waters of Nun, the earthly Nun. You have all these waters there. And in these waters, you have things growing. You have cells dividing. You have things happening. They then turn into what we call fishes, or fish. The Dogon will talk to you about fish in terms of their creation story. But what happened was that the earth, the sun was beginning to burn away some of the water on the planet, that the earth had come up. And what happened was some of these fish became stranded in the mountains. And as they became stranded on the land, they couldn't breathe, because the gills may help them breathe in the water, but they could not breathe. So what began to happen over thousands of years, only the fittest could survive. So what happened was that their fins, they started to use their fins to get them to the next water area. And in the process, their gills turned inward and became lungs. That's what science teaches us. However, Some never got to water again. Some chose never to go to water again. So what happened? They became what we call reptiles. The amphibians. They could be in water or they could be on land. Amphibians turned into reptiles that stayed on the land all the time. Dinosaurs came about on the 24th of December. See, I'm saying this because when we think about where do we begin to think about our history, where is our place in history, you can't start on the planet Earth. We have to go into the cosmos to find ourselves and track our movement until we get here. Because that's what the Dogon were talking about. Because they understood this philosophy. When Brother Enoch was speaking, and I pay full tribute to religion. Whatever you want to believe is your right to believe, and I would fight for your right to believe it. You have every right to believe what you want to believe, whatever religion, whatever church you go to, synagogue, mosque, whatever. But there are just certain things that I have to look at as an African that is stopping me from looking at how things happen. And for me, when I look at this, this makes sense to me. Now, it may not happen exactly like this, but from my history, reading the Dogon and the Kemites, this is what they're talking about in their documents. And I'm going to show you what the Shabaka stone says. When the Dogon are talking about fish, I'm going to tell you what the Kemites are talking about. Because it's the same story. Same story, different metaphor. The age of the mammals. What began to happen is that mothers, instead of laying eggs on the outside, they began to carry their eggs on the inside. And those became what we call uterus, became the womb. Because the mother carried the baby on the inside, she also began to produce the milk, the foods necessary for the baby to be able to exist after. And that was the age of the mammals. Birds flew after the mammals. Here is where our branch of the world first came to be, on the 30th of December. Now think about that. This is where life starts in Africa. That started the last 10 seconds of the last minute, the last hour of the last day of the cosmic year. Now can you imagine? You go from January 1st. Now I'm going to take you to New York City. I'm not sure if you watch this. You probably do this here in London. We probably do it all over the world. But we celebrate New Year's Eve. And in New York, we got something called Rockin' in New Year's Eve. And in Times Square, there's a big ball that comes down the last 10 seconds. Can you imagine living an existence, searching for yourself, and coming to realize that if you were to take, when that ball starts falling down, that's when the human family became conscious. Look how much of our life we've missed in attempting. So where do we begin? We have to begin before the beginning began. To truly know who we are as a people. Africa is a geographic location that was chosen by the sun to concentrate its heat and light energy on to create the masterpieces of the cosmic universe. Had the earth been in a different shift of direction, and London was where the sun put all of its heat, life would have started in London. Do you understand what I'm saying? The geographic location of Africa happened to be where the equator was, that the sun beat its light and heat energy and created the life that could sustain itself by the use of melanin. But if, geographically speaking, that sunlight had been hitting any other part of the world, that would have been where Africans were born. So in understanding this about our history, we have to put aside all of these other things that we are arguing about and look at the fact that we are cosmic beings. We are people who are endowed, we are a first people endowed with a cosmic understanding of how the universe came into existence. So don't be surprised at what I'm about to show you about the Dogon. Because Why wouldn't they be able to do this? They were endowed with this ability. Here's the 4 levels of wisdom. The Dogon teach in 4 levels. I know it's kind of hard to see this. I'll read it to you. Jiriso. Jiriso is the front word. Jiriso is the word at face value. It's superficial. It's the stories that we tell our children. It's creating mythological characters that develop understandings and all these wonderful stories. The netures would be examples. Jiriso is the word that faces you. When you're looking at something, this is jiriso right here. This is all you can see is jiriso. Okay? That's as deep as you get, jiriso. Children, you talk jiriso. After you master jiriso, you then go to beniso. Beniso is the word on the sides. It's your peripheral vision. You know when you're looking at something and somebody's doing something, playing around with you on the side, you say, I see you. That means that you not only can see what's in front of you, you can see what's beside you. You sideward. So in the levels of consciousness and growth, the Dogon said that the first thing that you must master is the word that you see in front of you. And after you master that word in front of you, you then spread it out to be able to see the word on the sides. This is how we should be teaching our children. See, we're not doing that. See, because most of us live and die, and we're still in jiriso. In fact, I would dare say that those Africans of London who are not in this room right now, jiriso, unless they got something else to do or there's another dynamic lecture going on. Jiriso. Right there. They only see the word in the front. Beniso. When you master beniso, you cannot master beniso without mastering jiriso. Just like the nickel was made up of 5 pennies, beniso is made up of jiriso. You master jiriso, you master beniso, and then you master boloso. Boloso is the word in the back. So knowledge comes this way. Jiriso, beniso, boloso. Knowledge. It's all around you. Remember the owl that could see all around? Well, that's what you're doing. However, boloso, the word from behind. Boloso is made up of beniso and jiriso. The ending of boloso in the human mind is the dawning of the day that ushers in the final step, sodai. It's the clear word. Imagine this. Jiriso, beniso, boloso, and then it comes up behind you and enters you from the back through your spinal column and invigorates that energy, that invigorates the chakras, and it rises up through your crown. That's the Dogon way of learning and teaching. Now think about this, brothers and sisters, because you can do this. They may not teach you this way. They may not teach our children this way. But we can teach our children this way. We can do this in our homes. We can do this in our community centers. We can do this in our programs that we have for our children. We can teach them that. They must master mathematics and science and language arts and social studies and all the other subjects that they study in school. But they have to look at the world through their own eyes. We're looking at the world through someone else's eyes. And what you're looking at is not your cultural common sense. And so when we act out of whack sometime, that really is very natural. How can you act natural when you are thinking natural but living in an unnatural world, trying to make the unnatural natural? That would drive anybody crazy. People say black folk are schizophrenic. They say all black folk are schizophrenic. I say schizophrenic. I got 14 personalities in me. My African queen says, I got 17. She said, there are 3 that I know that you don't know. So you know I'm schizophrenic. When I come to London, I act a certain way. Not with you, but when I come to London, I act a certain way. When I go to Amsterdam, I act a certain way. When I'm with you, I act a certain way. When I'm with friends that I know for a long time, I act a certain way. Of course I'm schizophrenic. In fact, that's what makes me sensible, because I know I'm schizophrenic. But there's one person in charge, and that's what's important. That voice that said, look, the security over there, when I came into that airport, and them guys got their hand on that gun, okay, that other person in me said, yo, go into cool, chill, just walk. Okay, when I passed them and I started talking to friends again, I got back into who I was before I became that other person, because that other thought in my head. This is the dynamic psychology of the Osarian drama. We all have these personalities in me. I got a brother in me that I just keep him solid in the back. I don't let that brother out. I call that brother Khalid Abdul Muhammad. I see you know and love our brother Khalid. That's my brother. I love that brother. We all have these personalities in us. It's according to who you decide to call into being at a time. When you lose control and people start popping up that you don't have no control over, now you're in trouble. That's when you get in trouble. But when you can control who you allow up, you're very sensible. In fact, you probably are a very successful African person. And we got to know the difference between these. So Sodai is the internal word. It is that word that is the elder word. Only elders can be here. Makes me no difference how intelligent you are. You could be as intelligent as you want and you're 40 years old. And you can be with someone who's 80 years old, never went to what we call formal education. That 80-year-old is smarter than the 40-year-old. Because that 80-year-old got 40 years of living more than that 40-year-old. And Richard Pryor say, you don't get old by being a fool. That elder has a PhD in living. The elder is so da'i. The elder has gone through days and days of experience. And that's why elders were so important to the African community, because they were the storehouse of all the collective wisdom of the living. They could tell you, don't go that way. You big and bad. See, young people, I'm going to go that way. You fall in a pit. The elders say, I told you don't go that way. But those that listen to the elders say don't go that way. Elder, which way to go? Go that way? I go that way. You don't fall in the pit. Why? Because the elder has been in that pit. You like that? All right. That is the wisdom of the Sodai, of the elder. It is the collective spirit of all of the experiences. It's housed in the elder. That allows things to happen for the good of the community. And this is how we put it into a mathematical graph. Percept is your senses. Recept is your images. Your concepts are those things you call into being. Your intuition is a combination of all those things. When you were going to take the bus outside and grandmother said, don't take the bus today, walk. And then later on you hear on the news that bus crashed. Mother wit, grandmother knew. She picked it up, intuition. Animals have instinct. They do the right thing because nature demands that you do the right thing. Intuition is what humans have. When they do the right thing, because they choose to do the right thing, because they know the right thing, and they don't even have to think about it. They just do it. That level, when you combine the senses, the unconscious, the simple conscious, the self-conscious, when you get to the cosmic conscious, you're dealing with all of those different senses and images and words and intuitive thoughts that come into you that allow you to do when you don't have to think about it. You do the right thing by the nature of having the intuition of being one with the cosmic reality, one with the Creator, and always listening to the voices of our ancestors who talk to us constantly. Dogon geography. But to understand Dogon geography, we got to go back to the origins of life. we have to understand. You see this map here is called Peter's projection map. This is the map, for the most part, Mercator map that we use in our schools and in our geography classes. This is the Arnold Peters projection map. This map is the new map. Okay? The Mercator map was developed first, and then it was further developed, but the Mercator map was built before they even knew Australia existed. A lot of it is done for mercantilism, where you get the word mercator from. Mercantilism in order for Europeans and explorers, so-called explorers, invaders, to get onto the waters. This map is taken from pictures from outer space. This map is what the planets actually look like if you took a picture of it. It's called the Peters projection map. You can get them. You can get it in any conscious place. Do we have Peters? Anyone has Peters projection map? Raise your hand. Yes. Okay. So it's available. You know what I'm talking about. Here is what the Peters projection map looked like. Look at Africa. The size of Africa in the Mercator map. Look at Africa in the size of it in the Peters map. Look at South America. South America. Look at Australia and Australia. Africa. This is a picture post-1885, because we know about the Berlin Conference that carved up Africa and gave different pieces of it. We're aware of that. We are aware that Sierra Leone and Liberia at one time really was not two nations but one. I had a brother work with me from Sierra Leone, and he had family live in Liberia because he belonged to the Vai people. And when Sierra Leone and Liberia were divided, they divided the Vai people. They did it for economic and political reasons, but they tore apart an entire nation that were related to each other. Togo and Nigeria, same thing. Senegal and Gambia, same thing. They did it for political and economic reasons. When we look at our people on the continent, they divided themselves by natural boundaries. It might be a mountain range or a river that would divide one nation from another. Not always, but that would be why they divided themselves. Not over how much gold was in one area compared to how much gold was in another area. Or what a lookout spot would be in one area compared to the lookout spot in another area. So this is what we're looking at. And this is the area, the equator, and then down here is really what we're looking at, which comprise the countries we today call Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And these are those countries. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. This is what it looks like here. And Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. Interesting thing is that in the papyrus of Hunefer, 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 papyrus of Hunefer, and the papyrus of Turin, Turin. You know where they have the Shroud of Turin in Italy? Well, they also stole the papyrus. Yeah, they stole it. Anything not in Africa that is African was stolen. Turin, they have this papyrus where the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Kemites write, I come from the foothills of the mountains of the moon, where the god Hapi dwells. I come from the mountains of the moon, where the god Hapi dwells. What is interesting is that you have Rwenzori over here in the outskirts of Uganda, and you have Kilimanjaro here, and in both their languages, they both mean mountains of the moon. And these Africans, once born in this area, the Great Lakes region, they move north, they go south. That is why when you look at Southern Africa today, and you look at the Kum people, the short-statured, almost orange-brown complexion people with peppercorn hair. Look at Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela is pure African. But when you look at him, you may see high cheekbones, very slanted eyes. People say he has Asian eyes. There's no such thing as Asian eyes. Slanted eyes are eyes of a people who live and live for a long time in a windy area. That when the winds blow in their faces, they slant their eyes. You can go to the Sahel, around the countries of the Sahel, and you can see people deeply melanated, very curly hair, with slanted eyes. You can go to the Kalahari Desert in southern Africa, and you can see an African people with very slanted eyes. They're not mixed with Chinese. They're not mixed with Asian. They are a people who were born and lived in an area that was very windy. Kalahari Desert, the winds blow in your face. The Sahel, the winds blow in your face. You slant your eyes. Nature has it that your children will be born without having to use those muscles. So your eyes are naturally slanted. That's nature working. Has nothing to do with being mixed with Asian people. Asian people got slanted eyes because they went up into the mountains. And if the winds blew up in their face, their eyes slant up. If the wind was blowing directly in their face, their eyes slant back. And if they were low and the winds blew down on their face, their eyes slant down. That's why as you go across what we call what would be the Asia area, you will see different versions of those slanted eyes. And it's all according to where those peoples of the mountains were that made their eyes look like that in the first place. Because when those Eurasians came out of those mountains after the Ice Age, they met black people in southern China. They met black people in Afghanistan. They met Africans in Iraq, Iran, Mesopotamia, Sumer, Elam. All were African people. Get the book, The African Presence Early Asia, edited by Ivan Van Sertima. Get the book, Black Jade by James Brunson. See, because my thing is, when we speak, I'm not trying to persuade you. You don't have to believe me. I'm not here to make you believe me, but research for yourself this information. Study for yourself. We have to start reading and research our history. We have to start doing this, and we have to look to our scholars for this information. Because some other people will never tell you that. They will never tell you that. And if I were them, I wouldn't tell you either. I wouldn't. Why am I going to destroy myself so you can make it? I'd have to be out of my mind. In fact, sometimes people say to me, you out of your cotton picking mind. I say, yeah, I am out of my cotton picking mind. Your problem is that you're in a cotton picking mind. You got to be out of your cotton picking mind to live as an African in the world today. Wherever I find our people, you got to be out of your mind. That's why they always think I'm crazy. They say, you crazy. Yeah, I'm crazy. I'm crazy because I'm sane. You crazy because you think this is right. These are the kinds of things that we have to start thinking about as we move and groove. Because times are changing. I'm telling you, I'm from New York. I was right there when Lehman Brothers fell. You know Lehman Brothers? You know they were bought in 1849. I could have told Lehman Brothers what was going to go down to them in 1848 when they were bought. You know who they bought them from? One of the biggest slave merchant operations that ever existed. They just changed their name to Lehman Brothers. You had the blood of our ancestors on your hand. It only took a century and a half to bring you down. AIG, all those insurance companies. I'm sorry, because I know some of us work for these companies. These insurance companies. In fact, now that I'm here, I can tell you this. When Africans were being stolen from Africa and they were being brought, the people that were hired to work on the ships, the Europeans hired to work on the ships, were very brutal people, very ignorant, didn't care about African people, so they mistreated them. And if 300 Africans were taken from the shores and only 200 made it, the people that were buying them on the other side of the Americas said, look, you only brought me 200, but you're supposed to have 300. I lost money. And so what a company did in England, say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to start to insure your merchandise. And so we're going to insure your 300 Africans, and if any of them are killed, murdered, don't make it, we'll pay you, but you got to pay us something to ensure them getting to you. That company's name is Lloyd's of London. The insurance company that insured Africans. But the story don't stop there. For those of you who know New York City, who have been there, you know there is an area in Lower Manhattan where the ships would come from the Caribbean and it would come up and the Africans were taken off and they were marched across to be sold. All of the Africans weren't going to be sold, so they were put into dungeons on the way over to be sold. The dungeons that they were put in, or if you want to call it chambers, now you walk the street, I walk the street, it's called Chambers Street. But we don't even know that all those houses and stores once were dungeons for African people. They marched them across Chambers Street and brought them into this big location. They were brought down and put in prisons to be brought up to be sold. Where they were brought up to be sold, to be put on auction blocks to be sold, today is called Wall Street. We were the first stocks and bonds sold in Wall Street. So when you look at the economic system and you wonder what's going on, don't be surprised. It's your perception and your knowledge of what you're looking at. A couple years ago, government was digging, and they came up and they found bones. They found African bones buried in Lower Manhattan. They said, let's stop this for a minute. African people, African American people heard this and they started to protest. They said, no, don't stop. Keep digging. Keep digging. Don't stop. They kept digging. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Africans were being unearthed. They stopped. Because the number they say of Africans buried in the African burial grounds in New York City is close to 10,000 Africans. Because Africans were not allowed to be buried in the city. They had to be buried on the outskirts. Blacks and Jews. Jews couldn't be buried in the city either. Right next to the blacks are the Jews. Because they weren't allowed to be buried in the city either. So, I'm laying in my bed and a broadcast comes over. My queen comes home and says, a plane just went into the World Trade Center. She put it on TV. And then I see the building fall. Some people say, look, the World Trade Center is falling. I said, oh, look what's falling on all those African bodies buried underneath there. Because that's part of the African burial ground too. They didn't care. They built the World Trade Center over African burial grounds. And they didn't even care. Sacred to us means nothing to them. Innocent lives that were lost that day, of course I have feelings for them. But innocent lives fell on innocent lives. And when you're looking at this, according to your perspective, is how you're impacted by what you see happening. Some people saw a building falling on the ground. I saw a building falling on my ancestors' ground. And it's all according to where you are in the mix of things. If you know your history, you can bring all of this together and understand really what we're facing as an African people. We have the Dogon that are moving over into this area here, and they're bringing the knowledge that has been dropped here, over there. Here, the Africans go this way, they go this way, but Africans also go across Saudi Arabia. They also disperse going this way. But not just that. Africans also travel across and go up into Europe through these parts, whether it be Italy or the Mediterranean. Spain is over here, into Europe. Africans travel up at a particular time. Now, on our planet Earth, science teaches us, there's a French gentleman named Louis Agassiz who studied the ice ages. And he says on our planet there were 4 ice ages. The first was the Gunz, second Mindel, third Riss, fourth was the Worm glaciation. It is believed that Dr. Diop tells us we don't have to worry about the first 3. It's the last one that we should be concerned about, because that is when Africans, dark complexion, curly hair, wide nose, thick lip, moved into what he calls north of the 51st parallel. North of the 51st parallel would cut Ireland in half, Great Britain in half, Europe in half, and Africans north of this area would be impacted by what's called the Worm glaciation. They would be locked away from the southern lands. They could not return back south because ice mountains were created as a boundary. They could never get above the get over. And so what these Africans did, they did everything that we're going to do in a couple of months. See, we all have short sleeves on, and we go with tank top and shorts, and we go outside, we hang outside, we have fun, we talk. Okay? November come, what do we start to do? We put more clothes on, we stay in the house more. What these Africans did is they put more clothes on and went into caves. However, we know that sunlight hitting the skin in your epidermis, which is the higher part of your skin, very thin part of your skin, you have the epidermis and then you have the dermis. In your epidermis, you have 5 layers. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 4th and the 5th layer. The 4th and the 5th layer, which is known as the strata spinosa and the strata basale. Those 2 is where there's a biochemical that's in there. It's called 7-dehydrocholesterol. 7-dehydrocholesterol. Brothers and sisters, we're going to go to church now. Because I want you to repeat that. 7-dehydrocholesterol. Because I want these words in your consciousness. 7-dehydrocholesterol. I want you to remember that and go to Wikipedia and look it up. Go to Google and look it up. Because this is important to understand. 7-dehydrocholesterol is a biochemical that saturates the 2 bottom layers of your epidermis. When the sunlight, light and heat energy come down, that is where the deepest parts of the melanin of the human body is located. It draws that 7-dehydrocholesterol in, it pushes and injects it, and that's what converts inactive vitamin D1, 2 into active D3, D4, and that is the process by which melanin is created in the organic life system that sustains its life. When the skin has drawn enough light and heat energy that it no longer needs it, it locks it off by the pores, locks off, and what it does, it draws what it can down and it sends it into parts of your body that need the melanin. Whether it's your muscles, your heart, your blood system, whatever it is, your body's a wonderful, functioning, spiritual machine. It lives in autopilot. It does things even when you don't know. Melanin is like a doctor on autopilot. You could be gathering a tumor in a part of your body and don't know you have that tumor. Melanin can act as a doctor and cure you. It can be flushed out in your system if you're eating the proper foods, drinking the proper things, staying away from things that can hurt you. It can heal you. It can make the tumor melt, and it can come out in your system, and you never knew that you had the potential of cancer. You don't even know it. You do this all the time, every day. You get bumps, lesions, scratches on your body, and the first thing that you see when you get a scratch, like I got one here, you'll see right around the rim, it'll get dark. That's melanin. And what happens is that melanin acts like a doctor and starts to bring your skin together, and it heals it. For African folk, heavily melanated, what it actually does, it overprotects you, and that's called keloid skin. Because your skin is saying, I'm going to make sure you never cut this area again. Some of us, because some people tell us, we say that look ugly. So we cut it off. We go to the doctor cut it off. Cut that area again. See what's going to happen to you. Your body has healed you, and because someone else say that look ugly, you cut it off, but you're actually making yourself susceptible to infection when your body was telling you, I'm going to take care of your business. I'm going to help you. So, these Africans go into this area with the lack of sunlight, 7-dehydrocholesterol is not produced. This concerns and scares the human body, so the body begins to do something that will allow it to get the little bit of sunlight it can in this cold weather. So what begins to happen is that this skin begins to depigment itself. You get lighter. But don't you? The complexion you are right now is not the complexion you're going to be in December. No matter how dark you may be now, you're going to get lighter by December. And no matter how light you are in December, you're going to get darker in July. Because that's the sun doing that. That's only natural. Imagine us in a climate where, if you read the book by Stephen Sullivan, it's called Children of the Ice Age. There are other books on the Ice Age that you can read. When you read these books, you can read Cheikh Anta Diop's work, Civilization or Barbarism. Imagine being in a climate that is somewhere between 120, 1,200 and 800 degrees below zero. Now, think about what we experience out here. In New York City, in London, 20 degrees, 5 degrees below zero. It's cold. 1,200 degrees below zero? There's no comparison. Imagine living in a world where you never see the sun all your life. There are reports of the clouds being over the northern hemisphere for thousands of years. Generations never see the actual orb of the sun. It's a cloudy day every day, 24/7, all of their life. Actually thinking of the sun is a mythological figure because you never saw it in your life, and the generations that preceded you didn't see it either. You just know it exists because you can see something in that cloud cover. Imagine living like that for 10,000 years. If we get lighter in a couple of months, what would we do in thousands of years? Our hair texture. In the heat of the equator, the sun coming down on the head, there's an oil produced in the scalp. The oil that's produced in the scalp, when the sun, the hot sun hits the scalp, that oil cooks the sun, along with the curly hair that is produced from the sun coming down so hot. And this oil, it cooks the oil. The oil is protecting your scalp. Your hair begins to get hot. It gets curly. It gets nappy. It gets kinky, whatever you want to call it. Some folk like it, some folk don't. It gets kingly and queenly. It starts to get elliptical in shape. So when the harmful sunlight is hitting your scalp, the elliptical form of your hair redirects the rays of the sun away from your scalp. As this African organism moved north and north away from the sun, there was less direct sunlight. Therefore, the oil that was produced wasn't burnt off, so therefore it allowed the hair to die. Isn't that why we call it, what do we call real straight hair? Dead straight. Don't we call that that? Dead straight. Because the life of your hair dies. And it falls. It literally dies. That's what dead hair is. We go through all these transplants. We go through all these special whatever to get all this long hair, and it's dead. We the living, but we pay to die. The eyes, in not having sun, the more north you get, the lighter the eyes. Goes from black to brown to all the different shades until it gets pink, which is albino. We now go to the optical store to turn our black eyes blue. We want to give up our dominance because we love being recessive. Imagine that. What kind of mind does that? Think about that. What has happened to that human mind? That it has lost its sense of dominance. It gives up this will to live, to be great, give it to somebody else. We are in a place now where we're rising. And it's important for us to continue this struggle. All is not lost. It ain't over till we win. These are areas. These are the Moors, the Garamantes, the Almoravids, which would then move up into Spain in the 1000 AD. All of this area here is going to be where the legacy of the Kemites, the Nubians, all are going to flow into this area. These are the North African learning centers and trade routes. The idea of the exchange of goods, the idea of exchange of thoughts, all were very good in antiquity. There is evidence of great civilizations in lands we today call Ghana when Kemites were building the pyramids. Congo, in Cuba, in Central Africa, in Luongo, in Central Africa, Monomotapa, Southern Africa, great kingdoms existing when pyramids were being built in Kemet. Dr. Clark used to always say, don't get caught up in Egypt. It's a pretty place, but don't get caught up in that because all of Africa was great. And now, the Dogon. Niger River, Timbuktu, Bambara, Miankara, Mandinka, and here are the Dogon. The Dogon people live right here. And thanks to my brother Imam, who emailed me a site, this is Mali, the Dogon, and these are their cities. You need to know where they are to understand what they did. Geography puts you in space, and history puts you in time. Dogon astronomy. We don't have to be concerned with Argo. Argo is a constellation, big constellation. You know Jason and the Argonauts? This is where the story comes from. Argo. Big constellation. Canis Major is here, the great dog. Lepus, the Kemites call Unefer, the hair. The hair. Consciousness. Orion, Asar, the hunter. The barker, the warner. Listen to the story. Western civilization tells you Orion is a hunter searching for the rabbit for food. Canis Major is the dog that barks to let him know where Lepus is. Here's the Kemetic story. Canis Major is the dog that's barking to warn Asar, the hunter. He's not hunting for the rabbit to eat. Unefer represents what? Hair. But what is this? Consciousness, to hear. Unefer in the Kemetic legacy represents consciousness. Canis Major is warning Asar he's about to step on his consciousness if he's not careful. Therefore, you'll never find it because you're stepping on it. Think of the two different stories altogether. One is hungry for food. The other is hungry for consciousness. Canis Major. Here is Canis Major. Canis Major, Canis Minor. Major is the one we're focused on because Sirius is in the upper right haunch of the leg of Sirius. This is Sirius right here. S-I-R-I-U-S. Of course you know Sirius is a form of the word Osiris or Asar. A takeoff of the birth of Asar is Aset. So you have the entire story coming out. The birth is right here. And Minor, of course, is Heru, or the Christ child, if you like your Christianity. Now, picture taken in 1930. It's the first time that the Western world ever saw Sirius. And Sirius is such a bright star that it expands its luminosity. So what the person did that was able to do this was he covered the lens of the telescope and created this type of action so that he could see Sirius in the background, because they knew something was happening. They knew Sirius A was not alone, because they saw that Sirius A, as it moved, it wobbled. And they knew that only another star close to that star could make it wobble. So what they did is that they went to study what it was. They couldn't figure it out. So what they did was they put that on a telescope, and that's the first time in Western astronomy that they were able to see Sirius B. This is what the Dogon drew of Potolo. Tolo means star. Po means a grain, a little tiny grain. It's the smallest grain that the Dogon grow, but it's used for everything, for cereals, for drink, for everything. It's like a staple grain. This is what they drew. This is the Dogon version of what Sirius and Sirius A and Sirius B look like, and the way they divided it up. This is what they drew, according to Griol and Dieterlen and the Pale Fox. Now, not just that, but they showed how Sirius A is here and how Sirius B rotates around Sirius A on a 50-year cycle where they celebrate it every 60 years. But not only did they do that, but they told them in no uncertain terms when it would rise again, and they could actually show this is the scientific version of what the Dogon drew. And they were to the date.
Got it? Lean back a bit.
Wow, that's a true word. Okay.
Safe?
It's good?
Needs to be leaning.
That's good? And so they were able to show this. Thank you, brother.
Thanks, bro.
Okay, they were able to show every 50 years after that date where Griot was there in the 30s, and they could trace even before that. They could show the movement of Sirius, and every year where they would be able to find Sirius B in their drawing. This is what the Dogon did in the 30s and the 40s. This is how their houses are constructed. Look at the picture. Look at their village. This is where the woman's house is. This is where the men's house is. This is where the smithy lives, the iron master. These were their hands, the female reproductive organ, the male reproductive organ, and the feet. So they literally took the elliptical orbit of Sirius, they built their village as it relates to that, and they took the village and aligned it with the human body. So you got biology, astronomy, and engineering all wrapped up in one subject. Remember when we talked about how to bring things together all in one? This represents all three disciplines or subjects in one. Now, think of the mind that first thought to do that. This is the end result. But think of the mind that sat down and said, let's do this. That was a powerful mind. And these are constellations. That's about the best we can do. These are the constellations in the heaven in the northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere that our ancestors looked up into and developed all of these things that we're looking at. But I want you to remember the slide I showed you before with this constellation, because what's important when you're looking at this concept and this is going to be the importance of the number 8. Number 8 is a very important number in cosmology, up to the Dogon and to the Kemites. And I'm going to show you something. After we finish this section, we're going to go to a break, and then we're going to come back and do the Shabaka stone. But I want to show you the importance of 8 in the Dogon. These are all their tables of correspondence that have been written down. They align it to sex. They align it to bodies. They align it to the granary. They align it to constellations, to the organs of the body, to the colors, to the drums, to the language that they speak, to the form of the sex itself, the actual person itself, and to the regions of their land. They align it with that. They can take the number 8, and they account for the number 8 in all of those different areas. And whenever they as a community have a problem, they can always relate back because they have a number they can go back to do something with that. You're going to see the same thing happen in their creation story and in the Shabaka stone. What did the Dogon know? The Dogon knew about the actual movement, the actual orbital periods of this invisible star. They knew this. They understood how Sirius B moved around Sirius A. Here's a story that comes down to us through Hunter Hamlin Adams and a few other people. Shabaka, in his book, Returning to the Mother Principle, he has a chapter on the Dogon. I think it's chapter 4. Marcel Griot and Dieter Lean were brought into a room by the Dogon. And every 60 years, the Dogon had a ceremony called Sigi ceremony, where they celebrated Sigi Tolo, or Sirius A. And every celebration, they built what they call the Kanaga mask that was used in celebration that the Hogon, the pharaoh of this nation, used to celebrate the 60-year rotation of Sirius B. Brought him in the room, showed him the Kanaga mask. But they reported that in this room, every Kanaga mask was put on a chair. He looked at the Kanaga mask, that was the last Kanaga mask done. But he looked around the room, and the room had 12 chairs with 12 Kanaga masks in it. Which means if you multiply 12 times 60, it's how long they've been celebrating and knowing this rotation. 12 times 60 for our mathematicians is how many years?
72? Yeah.
720. 720 minus 1930. For our mathematicians. Okay, it's in the 1200s.
So
okay.
in the 1200s,
It's
yeah.
all right. We'll shorten it. 1200. When you think about somewhere around the 1200s that they understood Sirius B, they had to have, right? They had the Kanaga mask for every 60 years that celebrated the rotation of Sirius B around Sirius A. So while the Western world learned about it in 1930, the Dogon knew about it in 12-something, right? Which is around the Malinki Empire. But it don't stop here. Because the Dogon told Griot and Dieter Lean there were 2 other rooms with 12 other chairs, 12 other masks. So now, do you see how deep this is? Now, let's talk about it. How could they have done this? How could the Dogon have done this? From a scientific perspective, we can do a lot of different speculations about visitations from outer space. And we can talk about a lot of the different metaphors and mythological stories that they told. But let's look at science. And I'm going to use myself as an example. There might be some of us in the room that are like this. I come from a long line of males in my family, my father's side of the family, who are what we call night eyes. We see better at night. We live better at night. My rhythm, my biology functions at night. It doesn't function during the day like it functions at night. I'm a night eye. That's my biorhythm, is nighttime. I'm up at night. I'd rather sleep during the day and operate at night. I'm a night eye. Imagine a nation of people over thousands of years who train a group of those night eyes to function at night. They never see light. You know, if they turn all these lights out and all of a sudden they turned all the lights on and it was bright, all of us would have to close our eyes because it's too bright, because your iris expands in the dark. When the light comes on, that iris has to get to be 1/4 of the size of your eye in order to allow light to go in. That's why your eye has to close and wait for your iris to close. And then when you're 1/4, you then can open it, because that's how your eye can handle light. Imagine a people who only function at night. Their eye is always open. That eye becomes the most powerful telescope on the planet. That is how, when we study our history, and I've sat with African folk that we've all tried to come up with how could they do this. We've gone to study the eye and biology, and what we have found is that an eye that can stay open long and open can see in the dark. You can see very good at the dark. You can see long distance in the dark if your eye is fully open. But in the world we're living in, there are so many night lights and traffic lights and lights all around us, we never get to practice over a long, consistent period of time to have our eye open that way. But imagine in the cliffs of the Dogon, where there are no lights, except for during the day. A people who wake up in the dark and go to bed at the light, who live that way for generations. They're trained. Just like the Smitty was trained, just like the Kaba was trained, just like every different special area was trained, the night eye was trained always to be open in the dark. That eye becomes the telescope that could see Sirius and would have no problem seeing Sirius after generations of training. This is how they would know that Saturn had rings. This is how they would know that Jupiter had moons. This is how they knew that the planets revolved around the sun. This is why they said that just like the planets revolve around the sun, our sun rotates around Sirius. They knew that. These were simple people who were extremely complex. They took the complex and made it simple. This is what they drew. That's Saturn up there. They drew Saturn. That's their drawing from the book. Saturn with ring. That's their drawing of Jupiter. Jupiter with moons. They knew this. No telescope. How did they know this? They knew it because they had a trained natural eye to be able to see in the dark, like the owl. And there is Sirius. Here is where they understood oxygen. Oxygen that enters the bloodstream. They understood the power of the life that oxygen gets in the blood system and how it is carried through your body that gives your entire system the oxygen that it needs. They understood this. Somebody must have been doing some surgery or something equivalent to that. And in fact, they might not even have been doing surgery. They could have had a whole nother way of doing things without cutting people, because black folk don't like to get cut. So they could have found out another way to enter that body in many different ways, including using cords that could activate the liquid systems of the body. When we talk about the Moors, I'll tell you what they developed when they played. Okay. When they played guitar over the body, and they looked at the different liquid systems of the human body, the phlegm, the blood, the mucus, and the hormones. And they had a lute that they brought into Europe that they had practiced on. And if you had a circulatory problem in your system, they would take the guitar and put it over your body and strum it. And according to which string they hit, it would impact the different type of hormone or liquid you had in your body, and it would literally open up the vessels to allow all of your liquids to flow freely. And you know that's possible. You ever heard jazz? When you're all uptight, you listen to some jazz, and that just eases you, it calms you. What makes that happen? That's impacting your nervous system when that happens. Our ancestors understood this. So did the Thelonious Monk. The Dogon creation story says that in the beginning there was Numo. Numo is water. Amma rises out of Numo and is the word, the creative word, the utterance that calls and makes things into being. And Amma calls into being 4 pairs, who he calls the Numo twins. And each twin has a dual role. It's the same thing. It's like good and bad. Good and bad is only by matter of degree. When does good become bad? When does bad become good? When does hot become cold? When does cold become hot? It's the two extremes. Our ancestors in Kemet called it the law of opposites, the law of complements. But they're the same thing. Good and bad is the same thing. It's by matter of degree. Up and down is the same thing, by matter of degree. So that the 4 pairs were one, but they were 2 sides of the same thing. So you had twin creations. You had the creation of the cosmic universe, and then you had the creation of the earth. There were 2 creations. One grew out of the other. And out of this story, they said that the center of these twin creations was Botolo, Kiziyuzi, this little, what they call the dwarf star, this black hole, that it's 1/4 the size of our moon. But if all the human beings in the earth were to try to pick it up, we couldn't pick it up. If you took a thimbleful, you know thimble, when you sew, you put a thimble. If you took a thimbleful of sagala, which is what they called it, a thimbleful of sagala, it would weigh 2,000 pounds. How does a Dogon know? Now, this is where astronomy comes in. This is where space travel comes in. But I got to come back and talk to you about that, because that's a whole lecture in itself. And, you know, for us not to think that our ancestors did not travel in space is ridiculous. If the Western world could do in their limited time what they did in 50 years, what could we have done with thousands of years? Look at every Tekanu. Every Tekanu, called obelisk, every Tekanu looks like a rocket. Every pyramid draws the sun, light and heat energy of the sun. They got so deep into our story, they wrote a story. They called it Stargate. You saw Stargate? You know, I'd be ashamed after a while. You know, look, I give credit where credit is due. These folks stole everything, and they put their name on it, and they don't have no shame. I'd be ashamed. I say, yeah, I stole it, but, you know, I feel bad about it, but I stole it, yeah. And then the Sigi ceremony. We're going to take a break. This is the Dogon portion. When we come back, I want to take you to the Shabaka connection. I want to show you how the Kemites had a relationship with the Dogon, and what I just told you, I'm going to show you how the Kemites said the same thing. Shemem Hotel, Amuna Satisfied.
Are we back? Okay, just before we begin the part 2, tomorrow we are having a gathering at the British Museum. Anybody who wishes to join us, please see Sister Rosanna, and do put your names down and your numbers. 11 o'clock. Till whenever. Infinity.
11, 12, 1, 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock, yes?
Okay, 2:30, 3 o'clock, okay. But you can stay there if you want. There's a lot of stuff in the artifacts that are there that when you see it, you probably won't want to leave anyway, to be quite honest. So tomorrow, 11 o'clock, do put your names down. There will be a small donation as well, please. So please see Sister Rosanna before you leave, so you can put your name down in the book. Okay, I'm not going to waste your time. Without further ado, we shall continue part 2, Mysteries of the Dogon. Right, so we got An hour and a half. Hour and a half. 2 hours. That's the question and answer.
Hotel.
So, warm round welcome, please, for brother.
A lot of the reason why I'm going to the British Museum tomorrow is because of this next piece that we're going to do. I've been doing research on the Shabaka stone probably a little over 25 years now. I was first introduced to the Shabaka stone through getting a book entitled Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James. Chapter 8 deals with the Memphite theology. As I did my research, I found out that the Shabaka stone was uncomfortably being housed in the British Museum as item number 498. The Shabaka stone, as we're going to go through this, is probably one of the most important primary sources that we have. I have done research for those who have got the DVD with myself and Dr. Gabriel Yibo. Dr. Gabriel Yibo and myself, we are working out a process. He is the mathematician, physicist, nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. He is operating out of a concept that he has found what is called the formula for the grand unified theory. Albert Einstein died saying he was trying to find it. The great majority of physicists are trying to find it. Dr. Gabriel Yibo has found it. The formula is more important than just knowing a formula. Mathematics is spirituality written down. When you decode and understand the Shabaka stone literally, you would be able to achieve the feats of the master priests and priestesses of ancient Egypt, Dogon, Bambara, and all of the other African nations within Nigeria, Ghana, all of the things that they sought to bring under their control. And by control, we mean one with nature. Not defeating nature, not messing with nature, but becoming nature. That formula, basically, if I could break it down in a way that is just straight out, simple. When you look, and I'm going to use Albert Einstein as an example, and I'll use the quantum theory. The quantum theory is a theory that deals with all things small, from the skin in. It deals with the atomic world, atoms, quantum, small things. That's why it's interesting when you say you took a quantum leap. Because when you take a quantum leap, you have gone into another world, but you took a small step, which is consciousness. That's what you mean when you say you took a quantum leap. Quantum is the small world, the world of atoms. There are ways that certain scientists say that they have figured out a formula for looking at atoms. Einstein in 1905, early 1900s, developed his special and general law of relativity, which deals with the outside world, from the skin out. The planets, the large things, electromagnetism, gravity, strong and weak nuclear forces. Physicists said that there is a relationship between the large world and the small world. That in fact, you have a whole set of formulas for the small world, or quantum physics, and you have a whole formula for the large world, or the laws of relativity. However, we say, physicists are speaking, there is a one law that unites both the inner world with the outer world, and it controls all things. What our ancestors in Kemet did is they knew that formula. That formula is on the Shabaka stone, and it is called the waters of Nun. That is the major piece that brings the inner world to the outer world. I wish I had time to elaborate on this. Because if we as an African people understood this, understood what Gabriel Oyibo did, and understand what it means. Because I'll be honest with you, this brother wrote a book on the Grand Unified Theory. It's quite a few pages. I'll be honest, I only understand 4. But those 4 I understand very well. And every variable that Dr. Oyibo, and that's what I do on the DVD, he breaks down all his formulas for the Grand Unified Theory. And I take the Shabaka stone and I fit every one of his variables into the Shabaka stone. That's how I know his formula is right. I don't care what they say. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying he's right. There's a difference. I'm not going to argue with them. I don't have time to argue with them. When you have something that you know is righteous and true, arguing about it isn't going to help you be any more right or them any more wrong. So they can come up with all their theories they want to if they want to. And there's a lot that's coming out with these theories. I could go through the list of them because I've studied them. But none of them relate back to the... And you see, when you can put something in a mathematical formula, it means that you control your ability at your will to make it happen. I take our children and our community through processes by which you can take the Shabaka stone in the sciences of physics and biology and chemistry, and you literally can live it. Our ancestors weren't about knowing it. They were about living it. Gabriel Oyibo's mathematical formula creates a living system upon which our master teachers were attempting to get through. So when the Dogon were going from Jiriso to Beniso to Boloso to Sodai, thank you, I was waiting. Sodai, they were literally going through the Grand Unified Theory. What was driving them to that higher level of consciousness, that clear word, was their mastery of this concept of unifying the inner world with the outer world. Remember we talked about the drop of water and the ocean? Well, the drop of water is the quantum world. And the ocean, that is what you're dealing with when you're dealing with relativity. And the whole time you're doing it, what you're attempting to do is to bring them both together. And what the Dogon was doing is using their minds as a machine to be able to bring this consciousness into being and to call it their will what they wanted. When our ancestors were in Jamaica, Paul Bogle, if I can call that brother's name, Marcus Garvey, if I can call that name, when they wanted to be free, they did not write it down. They did not ask permission. They became free. The people around them became free when the people around them stayed around them. So they willed it to happen. We are here watching our world going through all these changes, and we're wondering, what's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen is what you will. We're spending too much time wondering what they're going to do. The question is, what you going to do? The Shabaka stone is a writing on a stone that is a rewritten version of a much older version. It sits in your British Museum. And that's why I got to go there tomorrow. Because for the first time, all my research, now I'm going to see what I've been talking about. And so it becomes important to me to know that now, not only that, but I'll show you what I have on the Shabaka stone. I wrote the British Museum, asked them to take a picture of it. I'll show you the pictures they took of it. But that's as close as I got to it. But tomorrow, I'm going to be there. And now, when I go back to the States, when I'm standing next to it and I have a picture, which I'm sure they're going to let me do, or I'll do anyway. And when I'm standing next to that, those that have heard me talk about the Shabaka stone will see me standing next to it and will see its size. Because we've never had anything to measure its size because we've only seen the stone all the time. We know it's we know it's 3.4 feet by 4.8 feet. I'm not sure how that would measure out in how you measure things. But the key is now our people in the United States will be able to see it along with the Shabaka stone. This is one of the most important pieces that I think that is at our disposal And so I'd like to share this with you. That's kind of far away. It's okay. I'll talk about it. Basically, I know the camera can do a better job, so it's good if you keep in contact with those who are making the DVD. But I'll talk to you. Again, this is the lesson plan. When you talk about a lesson plan and how to teach something, you have to take things in steps. We read books, which have its place. But as a teacher, I write recipes of intellectual. You know how you write a recipe? And you write down your ingredients, and you write down how you cook it. Well, that's what a lesson plan is. A lesson plan is my intellectual recipe where I write down all the things I'm going to need, and then I write down a process by which I'm going to teach this lesson. A lesson plan should be something that I write down that I could give to anyone in this room, and you could teach the same lesson. Might not come out the same. But when you write down a recipe, you might be cooking fried chicken, but no matter how someone cook it, your hands are going to make the chicken taste different than someone else's hands. So you'll have a lesson plan, but my lesson plan may come out different than the way someone else. But the basic chicken, fried chicken, should be fried chicken. You shouldn't be doing a recipe for fried chicken and somebody tells you that it tastes like roast pork. There's something wrong with either that recipe or your ability to read. When you write a lesson plan, someone should be able to pick up that lesson plan and teach that lesson, but have his or her own flavor in it. So these are the lesson plans. Class number 2. Class number 3. Again, I realize time won't allow us to do it, and we're a little bit far away, but I think that having this on videotape and being able to zoom in on it will help you as you move away from this and be able to understand what's going on. The Shabaka stone is a rewritten version of a much older document called the Memphite theology. Now, what's interesting is that Memphite, of course, comes from Menefer, and it comes from Mene, who was the first pharaoh, as they say, of the first dynasty. However, when Mene was coming north of the Hapi, he rediverted the waters of Hapi. He made an elbow in Hapi, and he dumped up earth, because geographically, Memphis was a very important geographical location as it was related to its place on the planet. That's why Giza is not far away, because that whole area is cosmologically important. So he said, we have to dump up. So he rediverted the waters of Hapi, he dumped up land, and he created a theocratic capital of Kemet, of which he called Hiku-Ptah, H-I-K-U-P-T-A-H, Hiku-Ptah. Hiku meaning the spirit or the essence, Ptah meaning a hill. It was a hill. So when you think of how he said it, the essence of Ptah was the dumped up land. Hiku-Ptah. You know in Christianity where Christ says to Peter, I'm going to build the rock. You are the rock. Upon you I'm going to build my church. His name wasn't Peter. His name was Ptah. But we don't know our history, so we can't make that connection. No, Peter, Ptah. The rock upon which I'm going to build my church. That was the theocratic capital of Kemet. You see what I'm talking about, brother? The idea is, his name wasn't Pythagoras, his name was Pythagoras. Pythagoras. Now it comes down to us, Pythagoras. We don't know our history. I'm not talking about us in here, I'm preaching to the choir right now. I'm talking about us as a nation of people worldwide. We don't know who we are. We don't know how great we are. We don't know how they stole from us. And because we were so spiritual, you know, spirituality is a great thing. But the more spiritual you are, sometimes the more superstitious you are. You know, the flip side of spirituality is superstitious. And sometimes when you get superstitious, other people can come in and bamboozle you. They can hoodwink you. They can tell you that, oh, can I see that? They notice you didn't put your name on it. When you turn your back, they put their name on it. They go to this area. I'm talking about these people we call the Greeks. And they're going to plagiarize all these Egyptian books that they stole. And so they're going to rewrite these books and they're going to claim it. So they go to buy their paper, where they're going to copy on this paper, they're going to rewrite these books. Shabaka stone was one of them. They go to where the people sell the paper. Bless you, brother. A place called Phoenicia, which means the color purple. Because the Phoenicians were dealers in the color purple, and they were also the dealers in paper. Where did they sell the paper? They sold the paper in the capital of Phoenicia. What was the name of capital of Phoenicia? Bless you. True word. Byblos. They named the book after the capital where they bought their paper. It's like in the United States, if I wrote a holy book and I called it Washington, D.C. And now we think Bible means holy book. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't even mean paper. It's the name of the capital where the Greeks bought their paper when they were going to rewrite the books, Shabaka stone, the pyramid text, the coffin text, all of those books. All of them written by dark complexion, curly hair, wide nose, thick-lipped people, are all the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Old Testament is the story of Asar. The New Testament is the story of Heru. The two stories combined are called the Passion of Asar. For those of us who know the Passion of Christ, it's the same story. You know Asher Kwesi. Brother Doctor tells you this. Ray Hagins, he tells you this. There's an elder brother named Charles Coffer. Went to Egypt with Dr. Asa Hilliard, none before. Bless that brother. Been transcended with the ancestors now 2 years, August 13th. This brother was so taken back by what he saw, because he said, do you know when I'm reading that wall and you explain to me what that's saying, it's like quoting scripture. This Bible that I've been teaching, that's the wall. Genesis is the Shabaka stone. There is Pharaoh Shabaka. The Memphite text written on the Shabaka stone now resides uncomfortably, as I call it, because it ain't home, at the British Museum, number 498. And I'm also afraid of it going back to Egypt, because it would go in their hands and they didn't write it either. The Memphite text is written, the Memphite text, a rewritten version of the Memphite text written on the Shabaka stone is a rectangular slab of black granite which measures 92 centimeters by 137 centimeters. I need my glasses. 130 centimeters. Basically, in our measurement in the United States, we would call it 1.13 yards by 1.6 yards, or 3.4 feet by 4.8 feet. It consists of two horizontal lines at the top, and I'm going to show it to you, written at the top across the entire width of the stone, and 62 columns which begin on the left side, and in addition to numerous gaps and spaces, the middle portion of the text, column 24 to 47, has been almost completely obliterated owing to the slab's reuse as a nether millstone. It was used as the bottom half stone upon which grain was placed to crush. So you know that the people who were crushing that grain didn't know what they had. This is a sacred document. And they're using it to crush millet. They can't even read it. They don't know it. The people who are in Egypt today are not the original people of Egypt. They are to Egypt what Europeans are to America. They are invaders. They are not the original people. And so the Memphite text was copied onto the stone by order of King Shabaka of the 25th dynasty of Kemet, approximately 710 BCE, before the Christian era. Because the original written on papyrus, or it could have been written on leather, because we know that our ancestors carved on leather the skin of Heru, or Hathor, was found to be worm-eaten. And the text is a work of the Old Kingdom or even earlier. Its precise date is not known. The text is both a scientific treatise and a metaphoric drama. If you took the time that it was actually written to Pharaoh Shabaka time, took Pharaoh Shabaka time to today, more time elapsed between when it was written in Shabaka and today. And Shabaka is saying that this is the work of the ancients, and we must preserve it, we must honor it. So he rewrote it and then added to him the Kushite knowledge of astronomy that the 25th dynasty had gotten to that point in history. This is the Shabaka stone in the British Museum. I use this as a primary source because I need you to understand how important a primary source is. This is why they don't invite me to science conferences, because I know what a primary source is. You walk in with Shabaka stone and an explanation of a Shabaka stone, you probably could shut down every science conference on astronomy that exists, because you will have in your hand a document at least 1,000 years older than anything they can put their hands on in Europe. And what they would put their hands on would be the work of the Moors, which they wouldn't want to touch anyway. Think of that primary source. See, we need to think in terms of primary source. This is why I try to move away from emotion. You know, fire people up emotionally, and sometimes I get into it because I can't help it. I'm a black man living in America. I can't help it. But I try to stay as close to the scientific method. I try to stay close to just dropping the science constantly, so that when you get into discussions with people outside who may not be of your cultural persuasion and they challenge you, you can hit them with the science and shut them up. See, we don't need to argue with them. Shut them up. And the way you shut them up is by showing your science, showing them their astronomy. Because once you do that, they can't argue with you anymore. Because they're hoping that they can get into your emotion. They hope they can call you a name and get you back and forth in the emotion. But once you chill, okay? And you know, you tell them, you know, like I've told folk, okay, when you get over this emotional explosion, we can talk like adults. That upsets them. Because they expect me to get emotional like a child. Because they're calling me names. And you see, I know for a fact that because I have a primary source, I know they have nothing to come up against me with. So I walk into the discussion winning. So that when they come at me, I just wait until they calm down. And then we can get back into the discussion. So what I attempt to do is to look at a primary source. A primary source is when you actually got something where the people who did it are talking to you. Shabaka is talking to us 710 BCE. Long before Copernicus, long before Galileo, long before Johannes Kepler, Stuttgart, Germany. You have a primary source where not to mention, of course, they all admit they studied Egyptian planetary science, but that's a whole other thing. But I'm talking about an African primary source that I have in my hand, that I can demonstrate how our ancestors knew the development of the cosmic universe, starting from what they call the Big Bang, straight through the origins of organic life on the planet. I can show them in this document where it is. And that's the key. Our greatest weapon and our greatest tool is the truth. We don't have to make stuff up. But we got to know what a primary source is. And the Shabaka stone is a primary source. And it actually is a document. It could be a document, it could be a carving, it could be a painting, it could be pottery. Anything that will demonstrate that the person that is talking to you on that particular thing was there when it was done. European scientists have nothing but second-hand sources. They have no primary sources because they still thought that the earth was square. They thought flat. They thought that if you walked over to the horizon, you'd fall off. Africans knew. The Dogon knew that the earth circled the sun. The Kemites knew that the earth circled the sun, just by the respect they gave to Ra in the Aten text that came out in the 18th dynasty. They knew the power of the sun. So they were heliocentric, they were not terracentric. Primary sources. There's the Shabaka stone. Wow, when I first saw this, Theophilio Benga. Wow, that brother came to New York one time, and Dr. Leonard Jeffries. We were in a conference, and Dr. Jeffries knew how much I really was working on the Shabaka stone, and how, I was really quoting Theophilio Benga. Every time I was doing a conference, I was quoting Theophilio Benga and his concept in Egypt Revisited, the book edited by Ivan van Sertima, Egypt Revisited. There was a essay that he wrote on the pharaonic order, and he breaks down the Shabaka stone in terms of what it means. And man, when I read that, I said, wow. And I sat with Dr. Obenga, and of course he speaks fluent French and pieces of English. And I had my dictionary out. I had my French dictionary out, because I had to talk to this brother. And although I've studied France, I'm not fluent in it. So I'm not fluent in French, but I had my dictionary. And I guess the brother took mercy on me. And he started to speak to me in English. He started to tell me certain things about the Shabaka stone that really, it just justified a lot of what I had been saying. And to hear from Theophilio Benga, a man that I have such great respect for, to be saying and explaining to me what I was saying to him, he was explaining it to me better than I was saying it to him. So what you hear me say is what he told me. Because the brother was dropping. Now, I'm in Chicago. I don't know if you know a brother. His name is Yosef Ben Levi. Yosef Ben Levi teaches Meduneter to children. Yosef Ben Levi is part of the Kemetic Institute at the University of Chicago. And I was in the studio one time talking to some brothers, and Yosef Ben Levi was there. And I was talking about the Shabaka stone, and I was showing that picture. But you can't really see the carvings on that picture so well. And so brother came to me, he said, "Yeah, man, this is going to help you out." So what he gave me was an illustration, and on this illustration, you can literally see every symbol of Meduneter on the Shabaka stone. Just breaks it down even further. This is how the ancestors work with you. Because this is what I needed. I needed to see the pictographs. I can talk about the Shabaka stone. And what's interesting is that in Meduneter, you read in the direction of the faces. And the faces in this particular piece are facing this way. So you would read, in the direction of faces. The animals are facing that direction. So you would read it this way. And then the second line, you read this way. Okay, now think about that psychologically in terms of reading. Imagine when we read left to right, left to right, left to right, left to right, left to right. We spend time going all the way back to the left to go to the right, all the way back to the left to go to the right. Imagine if you read like this. Think about how that African mind worked. We're not talking left brain or right brain. We talk about simple whole brain. See, we always talk about, okay, if you're right hand, you use your left side. If you're left hand, you use the right hand. Right brain. Our ancestors didn't talk about left brain, right brain. They unified the whole brain. So therefore, when they function from a whole brain mentality, and you have to get into the process of thinking. I'm going to give you a exercise that you can start to do as of right now to begin to think like that. If you're right-handed, when you get a chance, start to write left-handed. If you're left-handed, start to write right-handed. Slow but sure. Don't do anything important. If you're doing something important that you have to read it, don't switch hands. Do it on things you don't really need. Shopping list, or just notes that you're taking that you'll be able to read it, but it won't, it's not something important to you. Just start that and practice that. And when you do that, what you're going to start to understand and know, I had a student that began to tell me that when he began to use his other hand, he began to use both sides of his brain at one time. Because he'd been so used to using this side, he started using this side. He started to understand things this way. Because he was this way. If you find yourself carrying everything with your right hand, start to move things into your left hand. If you always find yourself carrying things in the left hand, do it on the right hand. The most dangerous baseball player is someone who can hit left or right. The most dangerous pitcher is someone who can pitch both left and right. A boxer, yes, man. In fact, we can extend this out into the world. Anybody that can do anything with both sides of your body, you can do it better than people who can only do it one side. Our ancestors were absolutely brilliant in the way they wrote. Like I say, you read in the direction of the faces. So you could read from left to right, but you could also read right to left. But when it came to vertical lines, you only read top to bottom. You only read top to bottom, top to bottom. Because of the nature, look what would happen if you read up. How do you know the direction of the face? What would be your method of deciding how you were going to read it? See how our ancestors were just brilliant. They knew they could do it horizontally, and they knew they couldn't, but they couldn't do it vertically. I like the idea, but I think the mastery of it was who thought of it. It's all right to do it, but who thought of, what mind thought of doing it is the mind that I want to talk to. Now, British Museum, I say, look, I want you to give me a picture also of the upper left-hand corner or the upper right-hand corner of the Shabaka stone, because I may not be able to read all the glyphs, but I want to at least be able to pick out what it actually looks like. And so that is a picture of the upper the upper right-hand side of the Shabaka stone. Here's the geography. We're going to place ourselves in space. In space. Africa, the Nile, the source of the Nile. Our ancestors saying that their origins were at the foothills of the mountains of the moon. The source of the Nile is in what we call, as we said earlier, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, the Great Lakes region. Any river that has its source south of the equator flows south to north. Any river who has its origin north of the equator flows north to south. One of the things that we're looking at and developing and understanding is the ability to look at this information and understand how it works. I was teaching a first grade class in the Bronx. I had gone to Egypt, and Dr. Ben, when he gave his lectures, he kept talking about going up. He said he's going up north. He's going down north, up south. And because I live in the United States, we as African people always say, I'm going down south. They're going down north, up south. And even like I made that mistake just now, it's hard for my mind to be able to understand. So I'm going to the first grade class, and I'm going to teach the children about Hapi, about the river. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to teach the class this river. And I go to a brother who sells oils, and he sells the Blue Nile. It's a scent called Blue Nile. And I go to him and I say, well, tell me this, brother. Is there such an oil called White Nile? He said, yeah. He said, I don't sell it because it's too expensive. But there is a White Nile. I said, okay. I said, where you get your oil? So I go down and I get the oil. And I get another oil because, the White Nile flows. And then from Ethiopia, what we call Ethiopia, Lake Tana and the Atbara River come down in a force so strong. And in health food stores, they have something called spirulina. It's a blue-green algae. That originated in Ethiopia. That blue-green algae that gives health and vibration and vitality to the human body was what was in the waters that flowed out of Ethiopia. And that's why it's so healthy for us. And that dark blue-green algae is one of the things that makes the Blue Nile blue. The White Nile is clear. The Blue Nile is blue, but the Blue Nile comes down with such a force, it meets the White Nile in Khartoum, and the energy that is pushed through the Blue Nile pushes the White Nile, joins the White Nile, and both the White Nile and the Blue Nile join, and it goes further up north, and it joins the Mediterranean Sea. Over thousands and thousands and thousands of years of this inundation and this movement and these waters, Egypt was born. Egypt was part of the marsh of the Mediterranean. And it was born, that's why they call Egypt the child of the Nile, the gift of the Nile. So I had bought an oil that I call Ra. And I went to the class, and I'm sitting with the children. And I tell them, I'm going to, just a first grade class. Basically, first grade, if you add 5 to whatever grade, because children are 5 when they go to kindergarten in the United States, for those of you who know. And so if they're in the first grade, they're somewhere around 6, 7. It's going to what part of the year they're in. So these are 6-year-olds. And I'm trying to drop this knowledge on the Nile River on them because I'm just so taken back by Dr. Ben. Same kind of concept I had when we talked about ancient Egypt and they wanted to go on the field trip. Well, I have the same excitement. And so I'm demonstrating, so I take White Nile, because I bought little bottles. I took White Nile and I poured it into a cylinder. And I said, this is the White Nile that starts. And I go into the map and I show them how it's coming out of the Great Lakes region moving up. And the children are just looking at this oil now because I'm using things to teach them. It's not just about, because if you know 7-year-olds or 6-year-olds, you're not going to lecture them because they're going to be climbing the walls in 2 minutes. So you got to be part actor or actress to keep these young people in place. So, and they're just looking at that oil dripping into this thing, and they say, wow, this is something else. And then I talk about the Blue Nile, and I say, the Blue Nile come, but I say, there's a force, there's an energy, there's a spirit in the Blue Nile coming down that makes it come around. And I add this other oil that I call, and this is called Ra, the sun. And that oil come down, and they're just fascinated by this, you know. And so we end the class, and I'm leaving. And they say, Brother Booker T, but can we smell the oil? And you know, it never dawned on me that they'd want to smell the oil. I was so busy trying to teach them about the Nile River. And so I took a little bit and I dabbed it on them, and I went back to my other school that I was teaching at, and I moved on. The next week, I'm going to teach the next first grade. So I go back to the school, and I'm going to teach the first grade, this class, about Hapi. Some of the children from that other first class came out to me, and they said to me, Brother Booker T, when I went home, my mother smelled me. And she wanted to know what that was. And she said, and I told her that you taught a class, she said that she wants some of that oil. And I said, it never dawned on me to make an oil. I was just trying to teach. See, this is how the ancestors work. I was just trying to teach this lesson to the children and do it in a way that was exciting for them. And so I say, well, you know, you got to tell your mom, you know, that I don't sell the oil, and, you know, tell her, I don't sell oil. So I go to my next class and I teach. This time I have a little heads up on it because now I know, and I give everybody a little dab, and I go. I come back to teach the third week. The mother is in the school. And she gave me $10. She said, brother, I don't care if you sell it, just make some more and bring it to me next week. So I take it and I go into the third class and I teach. I go and make the oil for the mother. I go down to Brooklyn and I buy the oil and I come back and I got a little bottle and I give it to the mother. But now mother got friends there. Long story short, it was a blessing because now I sell the oil. And it's called Hapi. Because the children, because of my excitement of wanting to teach the children something about our culture and history, it gave me a business. And I never did it for the money. I did it to teach the children, but reciprocity. Ma'at says that she will give you if you give her and her children. And that was what this was all about. was about happy because I was still trying to figure out how I was going to go down north and up south. Because my father lived in Alabama. My daddy used to say, I'm going down south. And I was trying to figure that out. So in teaching the children, this is one of the things that happen. By the way, I got a couple bottles of oil if you're interested. That's my commercial. This is the pictograph of Hapi. Yeah, like Barashango. Notice this. Hapi, the gift. Bringing the gifts. Got a nourishing breast and is pregnant. The pregnant waters is an androgynous symbol that our ancestors were able to perceive things both male and female simultaneously. Because the waters give birth. It nourishes through the breast as a mother will nourish a baby with the breast. What Hapi brought to the African community along Hapi, our ancestors said it's like a gift from our parents. Because that's what made all the fruits grow and the vegetables grow. And so Hapi became a symbol of all things that would make you what? Happy. And that's where we get the word today, happy. But we don't know this because we don't know our history. This is a picture. I want to focus on this area, Memphis. Memphis. Now, what Menefer called this area was Hikupata. Hikupata. When the Greeks came here, they couldn't pronounce that word. So they called Hikupata, Egupatos. Egupatos from Hikupata. Hikupata, Egupatos. What do we call it today? Egypt. So when we're arguing about let's call it this or let's call it that, Egypt is also an African word. It's just a contaminated word that has come from Egupatos, from Hikupata. Hikupata, Egupatos, Egypt. Same exact word, except it's gone through its derivations. Another picture of Kemet. Again, we're looking at the geography of the Shabaka stone. You're looking at Napata. Napata is down here. This is the birthplace and the home, the capital of the 25th dynasty, the Kushite dynasty. You're dealing with Kashta, Pianki, Shabaka, Shabataka, and Taharka. Here. And they travel all through Kush, Kemet, and they come up here. And it is Shabaka in this area here who comes upon the Shabaka stone, the Memphite text, and says, we're going to rewrite this document. It's worm-eaten. And it is a testament and a document to our ancestors that we cannot let just go worm-eaten. We're going to rewrite it. But this time, so we will always remember it, what are we going to do? We're going to write it in stone. And what do we say when the document is final? And we say it's written in stone. I think Earth, Wind, and Fire wrote a song about that, didn't they? Written on a stone, something like that. Another of Kemet, looking at the rivers of Kemet and Hikupata, or Memphis. Here is it from an African perspective. Brothers like Tony Browder have decided to make us look at the world the way Africans looked at the world. So instead of the Mediterranean Sea being up there, the Mediterranean Sea is down there. So now when we say, I'm going down north, you are going down north. Now you're looking at the river as it flows. It flows out of Nubia, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, comes down, and it empties out here. As opposed to what we've always seen before in the other direction. Because when you look at the world from that direction, you're really looking at it from a European perspective, because the European perspective looks at the world from whence they came, which is north to south. When you look at it from an African perspective, you're looking at south to north. The primate of the essences. The Shabaka stone has 4 sections to it. The first 2, the 2 horizontal lines, tell the historical background of how they came upon the stone. That's the history of it. This is where Shabaka is saying he came upon it, it was worm-eaten, and he had it rewritten. And then you have 62 vertical lines. Those 62 vertical lines are broken down into 3 philosophies. The primate of the essences of pre-existing order and arrangement, and the essences of order and arrangement. The Greeks call it the Ogdode and the Enid. I don't even deal with what they call it. I deal with the African perspective. The primate of the essences of pre-existing, because see, they call it the gods of chaos. Africans don't believe in chaos. To them, chaos is pre-existing order and arrangement. Okay, when I'm in New York City and I pass the street and I see brothers and sisters hanging out on the block, strung out on heroin, I don't see them as being in chaos. I see them as waiting to be put in order and arrangement. So my perspective of talking to them comes from a different perspective. I say, yo, brother, you kind of messed up there. That's chaos. But then I say to them, well, brother, how are we going to work this out so you can, stand up straight and do what you got to do? There's 2 different ways that you approach chaos and pre-existing order and arrangement. Because in pre-existing order and arrangement, I see the potential of your order and arrangement, and I just see you in a pre-state of it. And so we try to work you from where you are to where you need to be. When you look at chaos, you're looking at something that is a little bit, could be hopeless. You got to put it together as opposed to let it order and arrange itself. So the African perspective isn't of chaos. It's of pre-existing order and arrangement. However, in the beginning, our ancestors said, and I'll show you a pictograph, that in the beginning you had Nun. Remember we said Nun was what? Yes, it was water, but we also said when we went back to Dr. Yibo and we were talking about that theory, what did we say the waters of Nun actually were?
Waves.
Yes, but when we were talking about it, I said that the grand unified theory is the waters of Nun. That's where the waters of Nun, that is where everything, both big and small, are one and the same. Before the beginning began, you had the Nun, the endless waters of the universe. And that's what science tells you today. Water is what hydrogen. Everything is hydrogen. Hydrogen plasma. Everything is water, hydrogen. Dr. Oyibo says there is only one. You study the periodic table of elements where you have all there's only one. And everything else is just multiples of that one. And what is number 1? Hydrogen. Number 2, helium. Lithium. Number 6, carbon. 8, oxygen. Moors went into Europe. And they brought their philosophy of laboratorical work. They brought it from Kemet, and everything spiritual was Al, so they called it Al-Kemet. And they brought it into Europe, and they taught the European how to go into the laboratory. This is what Merlin is about. And how you can extract protons or electrons from atoms, and you can reconfigure what it is. And so what the Moors did was they went into the laboratory, and they had these Europeans in there. And they took number 80. What's number 80 in the periodic table? I'm just asking you. Sometimes I get a response, sometimes I don't. I'm not trying to test you. But it's just that my way of how I would teach the periodic table of elements. I wouldn't try to teach it to you from 1 to 100 and whatever. I would teach it to you in segments so that you could put the whole picture together so you could understand it. Number 80 is something that you put in a thermometer. It's red and it's liquid. There's only 2 liquids, bromine and mercury. Mercury is number 80. What they did is they took out of the piece a proton. They took out electron. What number was left? Not a hard question. 80 minus 1. 79. What's number 79 on the periodic table of elements? Gold. Gold, AU. Now, the story is that the Moors couldn't get over. What the Moors are trying to say is that if you extract the negativity in your life, you can rise to a higher level of consciousness. But the Europeans couldn't get over, he made gold. He said, yeah, I made gold. I made something that you value, but don't focus on that. Focus on what I'm telling you. Don't focus on the gold. When you extract all those things in you out, you can make something that is valuable spiritually. Europeans said, but you made gold. So they couldn't get over that fact. And that is where alchemy really started to move, because Europeans couldn't get over gold that you could make in a laboratory. Now, whether it's the kind of gold that you pick up in the ground, that's a different story. But if you manipulate atoms atomically, you can go back. If you think in terms of what you have, if 79 is gold, and if you're at number 20, you know all you have to do is add a certain amount of proteins, or protons and electrons to that, and you will make gold. If you're at a higher up number and you extract electrons and protons out, you can make gold. You can make whatever you want in manipulation. And that is what we sit in class that we call chemistry. That's all chemistry is the manipulation of the periodic table of elements, of which Africans brought into Europe. And what couldn't Europe get over? They made gold. That's all they could. Go ahead, man.
So how many elements are in the original periodic table?
That's hard to say, because there's still more to go. We really don't know. We know that they're fundamentally 92. We know that all the others are made up in the laboratory. The question was, how many elements are there? We really don't know. And we don't know because we ain't been in the laboratory very long. We need to get back in the laboratory and find this out, because when we let other people in the laboratory and they kicked us out, they didn't know what they were doing. And so as long as the real scientists are in the laboratory, I can't answer that question. Because there's probably far more than we ever know. And there's probably far more entities. There's probably so much more information out here. And I'm going to tell you something else. I believe that our ancestors knew it. And I believe that the onslaught of this attack on us, starting about 2000 BC, coming out of the hills of the Caucasus Mountains, started a regression of which we now have to claim. Because you see, I'm not about this just for Africa. We have to save the planet. The planet is dying. The water is dirty. The air is dirty. Everything they've touched has become dirty. We must save the planet. So what we're doing here is far more than regaining our consciousness. We have to save the land. Because there were things that Africans would not do. Africans could build a plane, but they knew that if they put that metal into water and pollute the water, they wouldn't do that. Their discipline said, I would never do that. The things that have been created has been, they would not create bottles, of which we use, bottles that can't be broken down, that are non-biodegradable. They say, I would rather drink from something else with my hand before I will create something that will violate and desecrate nature. We have to save the planet. So our work here is far more than just becoming conscious. We now have to activate that consciousness and save this planet, because we were born to do this. African people have been put through just about everything any human being could be put through. That was a purpose. I believe that was a divine purpose for us. To teach us. The first thing we have to do is we have to stop fighting amongst ourselves. That's the first thing. Because they don't have the power. Their greatest power is they take advantage of us fighting each other. Puerto Ricans don't like Dominicans. Dominicans don't like Cubans. Jamaicans don't like Trinidadians. Trinidadians don't like African Americans. African Americans, light complexion, don't like dark complexion. Straight hair don't like curly hair. Old people don't like young people. Women don't like men. Men don't like women. Sound to me like the Willie Lynch syndrome, doesn't it? Out of Nun, which is water, came Ptah, according to their story. Ptah is the conversion of energy from potential energy to kinetic energy. Potential energy is energy at rest into energy in motion. Rising out of the waters of Nun, rising out of Ptah, sitting atop Ptah, came Atum. Atum is the creative word. It is the cosmic utterance. Medu Nefer, calling all things into being and beginning Kepra. Kepra is the process of becoming. The process of becoming of the cosmic universe. Now think of Kepra. Kepra as a symbol. We talked about the owl. Think of Kepra as a dung beetle. What does a dung beetle do? It eats dung. Cow dung. And it lives its life eating dung. It lays its egg and put it in dung. And it rolls the dung under the heat of the sun in the waters of Hapi. And the little eggs, the little dung beetles eat their way out the egg, out the dung, and then come to life. Have we ever said, because children are here, I'm not going to say it, but have we ever said, I don't feel like eating that dung? There's another word we use. I don't feel like eating that dung. But what our ancestors were saying is that the process of becoming demands that you eat dung. Dr. King used to say, Martin Luther King used to say, your character is built during times of conflict, not during times of convenience and comfort. Conflict, not convenience. So that when we as an African people, we can use what's happening to us, as a tool. Because everything they throw at us, we still can handle it and rise. That's Kepra. We're eating dung. We're coming to life. We're going through a process of becoming. No matter what they do, still we rise. We can use that to celebrate. So instead of cursing the wind, we bless the wind for having sent this experience to us in order to perfect our character. That is what Kepra was about. Conflict. Times that are hard. Anybody can do the right thing when it's easy, when it's good. It takes a very special person to rise to the occasion to do it when it's difficult. And this is what Kepra represented, the dung beetle. A very lowly animal or essence in nature. Yet they took it and made it one of the most important symbols in their pantheon. Here's the story in pictographic form. The waters of Nun. Here you have the waters of Nun. Step 2, rising up out of the waters of Nun is Ptah. Step 3, rising up out of the hill, Ptah, comes out. This is water. This basically represents the beginnings of the cosmic universe, right here. Something happens at one divine time that makes Ptah come into existence. It makes energy that was at rest in the water activate itself, become energy in motion, and begin to rise. Of course, these are symbols of what they're talking about, because there's no way to really explain it. So what you do is you use metaphors to explain a story that has a scientific backing, so that Ptah continues to emerge from this hill. Here you have symbols of Nun. Nun, bearing gifts, the same way you had Hapi. Electromagnetic waves. There's a brother named Nur Ankh Amen. He wrote a book, The African Origins of Electromagnetism. This comes out of that. Now you understand why the Uraeus, or Irta, the cobra, was so important. It represented the waves of Nun. Electromagnetic waves that would create the division, take potential energy, make it kinetic. Here we have Ma'at with the feather. She is the path. Her mate is Tehuti, wisdom and knowledge. So that in the beginnings of time, and here is Ptah, fashioning the egg of the cosmic universe. Fashioning the cosmic egg of the universe. And he has that skull cap on his head because that represents the night sky. Here's Atum, the snake that's eating its tail, sign of eternity and forever. Inside that is the symbol of Atum as it comes as a human form. The next one underneath is the same snake eating its tail, but you have atom, the atom that we call today in science atom, in the middle of that with its electrons. And underneath that, you have the eye of Heru, which takes the place of Atum when you have the pyramid, and then you have the eye of Heru above that. And what's interesting about mathematics is Our ancestors taught mathematics using the eye of Heru. They taught fractions. You know, in the battle between Heru and his uncle Seton, his eye is plucked out, it falls on the floor, and it shatters into 6 pieces. And Tahuti comes to Heru and he says, because he's the one with knowledge, he says, if you can solve this, I will not only give you back your outsight or your ability to see outside, but I will give you insight. I not only will give you outsight, I will give you insight. And so what they do is that this eye of Heru in the mathematical symbols, there are 6 pieces. This is 1/2. Wherever you see this symbol is 1/2. 1/4, 1/16, 1/8, 1/64, and 1/32. All of those are fractions. And he says, put the eye together and make it whole. And what I say to the students is that this magic, this insight is right in front of you. The answer is right in front of you. All of the answers of the cosmic universe is right in front of you. I'll tell you, I'll tell you what the story is. What you actually have happening, it becomes 63 over 64. There's something missing. And I'm telling you that the answer you seek is right in front of you. What, if you have 63 over 64, what do you have to add to that to make it 1? The answer is right in front of you.
If you've got 63.
63 over 64. What do you add to make that 1? Say again? 1/64. And guess what? This is the value for 1/64. And isn't that 1 right in front of you? That's the number 1 right there. So what they were saying in the metaphor, in the allegory, is that there is no such thing as magic. Heka means will. You will something to happen. In other words, what Tehuti in this story, this is a metaphor now, what knowledge and wisdom is telling the student is that everything you need to know is right in front of you. All you have to do is think. Atum, the eye of Heru. Now, the eye of Heru now, you will find in Indians, they put that little blue dot right there. You will find Africans have the concept of that third eye. In fact, there was a sister by the name of Sophia Stewart who wrote a book called The Third Eye, which came out in the movies. They call it The Matrix. The Nun. The waters of Nun. Top one is the waters. Then you have the Ureus, spermatozoa. Look at spermatozoa. In the waters of Nun. Life living in spermatozoa. The formation of the actual microtubulus. You look at the frog, the tadpole and pollywog. Life. Electromagnetic wave. Time is running on us, isn't it, brother? Here in Dendera, this is what Doctor was talking to me about. In Kemet, this is one of the walls in Dendera, in Kemet. And they made these little hills like. When the sun passes over and shines on this wall, it literally makes these waves move. The way the sun moves across, it makes these waves move like when you're looking at a water, an ocean, and you see the waves. Well, that's what they literally could make that wall come to life and make it move. Not because the wall moved, but because the sun moved. Our ancestors are geniuses. Here, picture of Hapi. Look at those waves on his body. Hapi. Out of the water. Now keep in mind, Nun in the Dogon, Nummo. Amma is Atum. Amen. So that there's a correlation in that story. Look at the 4 pairs. Nun, which is matter, it's male, and it is a frog. Remember the fish in the Dogon. Now we're going to get into the Kemetic story of what they perceive as the water. Because these remained in the waters of Nun. Nunet, space, female, and it was a snake. Ha, infinity, male, and a frog. Ha-het, infinity, female, and a snake. Kuk, darkness, male, and a frog. Kuket, light, female, and a snake. Amen was the invisible, it was male, it was a frog. Amenet was visibility, it was female, and it was a snake. So what our ancestors said was that when the waters of Nun, Ptah rising up out of the waters of Nun, Atum coming up out, Atum sitting atop Ptah, just like Amma sat on the waters, it began to call things into being. Started naming things. Atum, the word, the creative utterance. But look at what they called into being. These are called the Netra Nu. Netra Nu, the uncreated creations. Uncreated creations. They were in the waters of Nun for all time and space. They were not created by Nun. Atum just called them into being. But what is it? What has always been around? What has always been is matter and space. Always been around. Didn't have to be born. It was always there. Infinity, infinity. The idea of having nothing ever ending and having something that has an end was always around. Darkness and light, always around. That which is invisible and that which is visible has always been around. It never had to be born. But how did they show and depict that essences or these natures were not created? Here is another pictograph of what I just said to you. Nun Ptah Atum starts the process, the Kepra, the process of becoming. Names Nun, Nunet. In the next pictograph, Nun Nunet Ha-ha-het. Then you have Kuk Kuket. And then you have Amun and Amunet. This is the ending story in this area in terms of them remaining in the waters as frogs and snakes. You have magnetic fields, electric currents, and this entire concept of this energy creating all of these things. This is what science teaches. This is no different than what science. But what I did is I took what is taught in science class and what is taught in the Shabaka stone, and I brought them together. Look. Frogs and snakes. The infinite, the 8 infinite ones, the uncreated creations. How could they depict that these were uncreated? They didn't have belly buttons. And if you don't have a belly button, it means you do not have an umbilical cord and you did not come from a mother. You were always around. What a genius stroke of intelligence that is, to be able to create that vision. See, I respect the people that did it. I want to talk to the person that thought about it. Because in that mind that said, let's do this, they had to be so deep. I need to talk to that person. This is some very heavy information that is taking concepts that cannot be explained, and they're explaining them. African people did this. People that look like you, look like me, did this, and yet they say, we can't pass science tests. I don't understand. And here, the snake. Why snake? They chose frogs and snakes to remain in the waters. But why? Why snakes? What's so important about snakes? Snakes molt. Snakes molt. And in molting, snakes will go into an area by, well, I'm going to use her because the snake was female, by herself, and the skin around it will become crusty and hard. On the inside, the snake will be beginning to rebuild its skin. When it knows it's about to molt and come to this new life, and a film comes across the eyes, almost like it's unconscious. It'll find a rough area, and it will go across the area. It'll just swirl across the area, and in so doing, it'll cut a slit in the dead skin. And as it cuts the dead skin, it keeps moving, and as it keeps moving, It leaves the old skin behind, and it comes forward to new life. It was a symbol of resurrection. In Africa, you have a musical code called 1-1 code. If you know a brother named Gil Scott-Heron, he wrote a song called The Bottle, which is at the core. That sound that you're listening to in the bottle is actually the 1-1 code. That repeats itself throughout Africa. That's the 1-1 code. And it is a symbol of a snake. Here is a snake. This is a coral snake. This snake is about to molt. This is what the skin looks like when it's dead. And it's about to come apart. This is an explanation about snakes and its scales and how the old skin peels off, and it talks about this coming to new life. Now, this was in a science book. But can you imagine when you're teaching our children and you're teaching them this way, and then you use that book? Nobody can argue with you because I'm using your book. You're talking about the snake molting. I'm talking about the snake resurrecting itself. But I'm using that book. Very few people can argue with you when you do that. You can use their stuff, you know. But you know, their stuff is our stuff anyway. You know, Wade Nobles. Wade Nobles. Again, I quote my brother Wade Nobles. I always tell him, I quote you, brother, all the time. Wade Nobles says that what happened between the Greeks and the Egyptians and us is like vomit. Now, that's very gross, but you remember that story. Think of vomit. You're looking at vomit on your plate. Now, Wade Noble says, don't throw that vomit out. Don't eat it. Don't smell it. Examine it. Because that vomit is what the real meal was. It's just that the Greeks did not have the intellectual enzymes to digest it. So when they got all this rich information, they just regurgitated it out. Because they couldn't. Unfortunately, that regurgitation landed on our plate. But as African people, if you examine that, you'll know what the real meal was. You cook it again because you have the intellectual enzymes to break it down. And this is what I think of when I think of the educational system, the world that has been created. I think of it as vomit. Don't throw it away. Because
it's funny you should say that because my grandmother, I remember when we were ill, when we go to the toilet, she'd ask us to excrete in a potty or the bowl, and she'd bring it and she'd examine it and she could tell.
Yes.
It's funny that you're saying.
Yes.
You know, she would say, don't shit in the toilet, you know, bring it to me.
Yes.
And she would examine it.
Yes.
And that she would know.
Yes.
That was wrong with the system. So
And you know, Brother Israel, as you know, like when you think about that, as African people, we had no problem doing that because we understood the process of life. But when we get into this sophisticated society, we're so sophisticated now. But we don't deal with these issues where we don't understand. When you break it down, when you make it plain, you can understand. And no one can take that away from you. Once you make it plain, once you make it simple, once you make the complex simple, you can achieve anything that you choose. And there's the skin. That's the dead skin. That's the dead life. That's the life you had before you resurrected yourself. And that's the symbol of the Neterenu here. The Neterenu with the symbol. These are all representatives of the uncreated creations. And there's another extended picture of this that goes to the other side that shows these Neterenu on a boat traveling on the waters. Why a frog? Why a frog? You got the snake, is resurrection. What about a frog? A frog goes through a process of life. From the bottom where you're looking at the beginnings, the egg, it goes through a process all the way around, and within a couple of weeks, it loses its tail and it becomes a frog. At some point, tadpole and all the rest. But now let's look closer at that. Let's go back to the one I showed you. Look at the tadpole, the polywog, which is the fourth one down, and then look at the spermatozoa. Look at how similar they look. But let's go deeper. On the left-hand side, you have the spermatozoa. On the right-hand side, you have the tadpole or polywog, midpoint in the life of the frog. You have the microtubula at the end. Look at the similarities between the two and think of the metaphor that our ancestors are creating in terms of life. Go to the metaphor. Now let's stretch it out. From egg to tadpole. Top, then go down, next, go down. You see that ending piece right here? Right here. I want you to remember that. Keep that vision in mind. This is that tadpole. But this is a human embryo that is at its 5th week of development. That is stretched out. That's what this is. You take biology course, what is it that you dissect to find out about life? A frog. Why? Because the frog has the same nervous system as a human being. But what else does a frog do? A frog goes through metamorphosis. It goes through metamorphosis. In other words, the snake represented resurrection. The frog represented metamorphosis, or the process of life that would be resurrected, to go through a metamorphosis, to go through a resurrection. So what they were doing is that in the waters of Nun, the reason why all those processes, Nun Nunet, Ha Ha Het, Ka Ka Ket, Amun and Amunet, came forward as frogs and snakes was because they represented the process of life and the resurrection of life and the soul salvation that this was all about. And the same way the universe does it, the same way the earth does it, the same way the human does it, the same way the mind does it, it just keeps going over and over and over again. We look at the story, the Nun at the top. You're looking at Nun Ptah Atum explodes into superclusters. Superclusters explode into galaxies. Galaxies explode into solar systems. That basically is what the Shabaka stone is telling us. We have that? Now let's go into the science book. And let's see what the science book tells us. That's what the science book tells us. Illuminating a dark age. That story is the same story that I just showed you here. That, from an African perspective, is this. I got that from National Geographic. Or some book like that. But it's their story. Their story is our story. Professor John Henry Clark taught us how to, he said, teaching is like talking in a circle. That's our brother there, John Henry Clark. There are different levels of this story that's told. And when Professor Clark used to teach us, you have a cosmic level, you have an earthly level, and you have a human level. Nun is on all of these levels. Nun, on a cosmic level, is the universal ocean. Okay? Nun, on an earthly level, is the waters. On a human level, it's organic matter. Ptah, on a cosmic level, is the cosmic spirit or the living plasma. On an earthly level, it's the earth's great lands. On a human level, it begins as ordered and arranged individuals and the conversion of these individuals. Atum, on a cosmic level, is the Word made flesh. On an earthly level, Atum is life. On a human level, it's intellectual illumination. So that when Dr. Clark used to talk in a circle, what he would do is he would show us the whole picture. And what I do with children and our young people and our community is I take those 3 symbols, those 9 entities, and I make a chart. And I show them how it works out. And then I have them develop an understanding. And here's something that you can begin to think about. I want you to, sometime in the future, I want you to pick something that you want to do, that you need to do, that you've been promising yourself that you would do. You know, some of us, we say, yeah, I'm going to clean that closet. That closet, or it might be you might want to mow the lawn. But the reason why I use these examples is I make it simple. Don't make it like I'm going to quit smoking or I'm going to quit whatever. That you know is not easy. It has to be something that's doable, but it's just that situations alter cases. After you do that, you pick that one thing. You're going to clean that closet that you need to move things in because everything's in the front. What you do is you list 3 things that you can do that will make that happen. 3 things that you can do to make that happen. Then I want you to write down 3 things that always stop you from doing that. And then I want you to write down 3 things that you can do that will neutralize the 3 things that always stop you, and what's left? Do it. Because once you neutralize what stops you, you just do what you want to do. The reason why that is because as you go through that process, that's how the universe came into being. The universe came into the being the same exact way that you wake up in the morning and that you live your life. And everything that gets in your way, everything that you complain about, if you thought about it another way, you could find a way not to complain about it, and you just live your life the way you should, as you were meant to be, as you should have been. But see, a lot of the things that are being thrown at us in the world that we're living in is meant specifically for us never to be able to achieve our goals. Simple as that, because they know that if you do what you were put on the earth to do, they would no longer count, period. They're not even part of this, you know. They depend on you thinking they're a part of this. One of the stories that Khalid used to talk, and people used to get upset, he used to talk about the bloodsucker. He used to talk about a vampire. And what I did is I developed a lesson plan around the vampire bat. And I went and I bought a book. I was researching this because, you know, when I'm going to do something like this, I know people will come after me. So you got to do research. So I went out and I bought a book called Parasite Rex. Because basically what you're talking about is a parasite. Parasite. You know, I mean, vampire bat, all of that are all the living dead. You're dealing with parasites. But I needed to get a sense of what the history of parasites were. So I bought a book called Parasite Rex, written by a man named Carl Zimmer, Carl with a C. You might be interested in getting this book. This talks about the history of parasites from the beginning of their existence. And what they talk about is that parasites don't have a life. Their life is living off their host. And they talked about a parasite that had a life cycle. It lived part of its life in the water and fish. It lived part of its life on the land in animals. It lived part of its life in the air. And when the parasite, let's say, was born, it would be injected by whatever force it had into the land animal. And what would happen is that the parasite would make this animal, at some point in his life, when it was about to go into the water, it would make this animal thirsty. And when it got near the water, it would throw itself into the water and then get into the fish. And when it was time to have the host be a bird, it would make the fish go into an area where nature knows that the birds would swoop down and eat the fish. Then it would get into the bird. The parasite was so intelligent, it could make other organisms do its will just because it made the host believe its purpose was to serve it. It had no life of its own. If, as thirsty as that animal was, it decided it wasn't going near the water, that parasite would die. If the fish decided not to swim near the birds, the bird could never swoop down and get it. But the parasite had such power over the mind of that organism it was in. It literally made that host believe its life purpose was to serve the parasite. How you solve the problem? How do you get rid of the parasite? Never let the parasite know you know it's a parasite. Just don't go where it tell you to go and it'll die. Stop going to these restaurants and eat this garbage. Stop going to these places. Start looking to your own people. Look at the vendors here. Look at the vendors that you have out on the streets of London. Start putting your money with your people. That will take care of the problem. We're feeding this parasite. We're sending their children to school while we're trying to struggle figuring out how we're going to send ours. Yet it's our money that's going to send them up here. The parasite that gets inside of you, it's a mental thing. And that's what we're experiencing as a people. The parasite is a mental thing. And what I think we have to start to do, my brothers and sisters, is to continue these concepts. And so I encourage Muata books and Ancient Futures and the African Historical Review in Amsterdam to continue these collaborations and these sharings of the scholars that are coming in and reach out to places in Germany and reach out to places in Austria, as people have been telling me that they have connections, and talking to people all around, and continue coming to reach out to the United States and just do the kinds of things that will support what it is that you have to do. And I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is Martin Luther King was right. We will get to the promised land. The bad news is a lot of us are not going to make it. But you know, some Erykah Badu say, maybe next lifetime. See, because the train is in the station. People get ready. The train's coming. I don't have time to keep these doors open for you. I'm sorry. I would love you to be on here. I'll hold the doors. But if you're too far away, I'm going to have to let the doors go. Maybe the next lifetime. When you go through this again and you come to realize what's been going on and how you've been hoodwinked, maybe that's when you get it. But I love our people, and I respect them. And by matter of degree, we're all asleep. What I'd like to do now is just, for the sake of it being here, these are the books to read as it relates to the Kemetic origin of the universe. One of the books, the first book I recommend is Stolen Legacy by Dr. George G.M. James, Chapter 8. The second book I encourage is Egypt Revisited. 2 essays in that book. One by Jacques Sabibsi that talks about Theophilus Obenga. And the other is the article, the essay written by Theophilus Obenga himself about the pharaonic theocracy. The third book I recommend is the book by Sheikh Anta Diop, Civilization or Barbarism, Chapter 17, Does an African Philosophy Exist? Those 3 books, those 4 essays, can break down for you an understanding on a deeper level of what we're talking about here as it relates to the Shabaka stone. And this is the Kemetic end of the cosmic beginning. So I guess we can wrap this piece up. And any questions that you have or comments, Shemem Hotep, I'm going to satisfy.
Is there any questions and answers? Questions? Go ahead. Go ahead, speak loudly.
Yeah, I've come across the thought of saying that the Dogons received a lot of their knowledge from terrestrial intervention.
Yes.
Have you come across that, and how do you reconcile it with
Question is, it is said that the Dogon came upon a lot of information through extraterrestrial interventions.
Yeah.
Basically. And with respect to that concept, I've looked at it as a metaphor. When we say that we are starlings, we are extraterrestrial. We are outside of the earth. I get the impression from my reading of certain books, The Serious Mystery and others, When Europeans write about us, they will do anything to make it seem like we don't have the intelligence and the mentality and the spirituality to be able to devise these higher levels of thinking. So they will take a metaphor and they will make it real. When we talk about Ra coming down and giving us life, you could also say that's a story about an extraterrestrial being. So I see the Dogon being impacted by the very energy, the light and heat energy. I do believe in extraterrestrial beings. I just don't believe that they come down in anthropomorphic forms and interact with us. That's my own belief. Now, other people don't believe that, and I respect everybody's right to believe. My concern is that so many times they try to make African people, they couldn't have built the pyramid. Somebody from outer space had to come down, and pretty soon you have the European actor coming down, and that's the extraterrestrial being. So that I do believe in concepts of being interacted upon by outside of the Earth's activities, but I see them as energy fields. I do not see them as anthropomorphic. And there's another side to it that I always discuss. If, in fact, extraterrestrials did come down and help the Kemites and help the Dogon, I know if I went to a planet and I saw people who looked like me and I saw people who didn't look like me, I'd help the people look like me. So even if they were extraterrestrials, they were black people. So either way, I can take the story, but I need more research before I can get into that anthropomorphic being coming down and interacting on the Dogon, when I can see how the Dogon could have, through their life systems, come to those conclusions because they were just simply brilliant people. That's my interpretation of that concept. Did you want to follow up on a question?
Well, because the information I've seen, I'd say it's probably put across by biased people. They put more stress on showing these entrepreneurial
Yes.
images.
Yes.
Whereas I've come across, put across like when you put it from your research. So I think it helps to balance out my perspective.
See, it's all according to how you perceive and define what an extraterrestrial being is. Because I believe that we are being interacted upon constantly, even right now. But it's not an anthropomorphic being doing it. It's the energy of the creative force that is all around us constantly making this happen. So, in a sense, I could agree with that. But I want to be careful because when Europeans do it, they do it from a perspective that they're going to make it a white person that's doing it. Just like when they took the Netchers. They took the Netchers, and the main Netcher was Heru, a falcon. When they made their saints, what did they do? They put wings on white men. And they all became saints. Because the saints are no more, no less than the Netchers of Kemet with wings, which is who Heru was, or the Bennu bird. So whenever they take those stories, they never get the metaphor. They take it literally. And they always make it themselves. And with all that argument, I don't see anywhere on the planet where they have been or where they are that they have developed what is said they came and helped black people do. Where are your pyramids? Where's your knowledge? Why it took you till 1930 to figure it out? If them extraterrestrials look like you, what the hell you? They don't like the cold? Well, they have to like the cold because to make them white, they have to bend in the cold. Because when you're in heat, you black. That's science. So their story is convoluted. But I do understand what you're saying. I do believe in the interaction, but the interaction of our ancestors. But you know something, brother? We still got a lot more research to do. We have a lot more research to do. Nothing that I could possibly say could ever be written in stone. We have a lot of work to do, and I think that's what makes all this so exciting. Because we have a lot of work to do, a lot of study to do, and I think that it's exciting. It's an exciting time to be an African on the planet. These doors are open for us now, and all we got to do is walk in and start researching and reading and doing this work, and we'll find out what's going down. Please.
What's the significance of Sirius A and Sirius B to the Dogons? Why they focus on that particular star, those particular constellations?
Yes.
Yeah, what's the relationship?
Because Sirius A, the Dogon believe that just like the planets revolve around the sun, our solar system revolves around the Sirius system. And that what makes Sirius A what it is the fact that there is a small, they call it Kizi Uzi, Botolo, that every 50 to 60 years they have a celebration. It's the Sydney ceremony. And they honor this total rotation of B around A. They also have the son of the woman they call Emaya. But the significance of it is the fact that it's so small, but it's so important. And that's what a black hole is. It is so small, but it's so dense. It draws in everything in its immediate surroundings, and then explodes and creates new universes, not new universes, new star systems. And so that's the significance of Sirius A and Sirius B. That it is believed to be the center of our particular rotational around that star.
So could they draw energy from that?
Yes. Oh, yes. And I think we do it all the time. It's just that they knew what they were doing, and we don't.
And that's why they build their cities in that to
Yes.
reflect that.
Yes,
because
exactly.
That they're mimicking what's going on there.
Exactly. That's exactly why they do it. The energy that we have, you should do research on something in science called neutrinos. Neutrinos are so light, they penetrate everything. They're all around. I mean, neutrinos come from the cosmic reality, and they'll come and pass right through us, right through the Earth, right through the other side of the Earth, and on down to the other side. Constantly coming through. These neutrinos, I think, if we study these neutrinos properly, they will become the very essence of the energy of what makes all of this function. Once we start to study, we have a lot more studying to do. Our ancestors, I think they knew this. But we're struggling with this now because we're getting back to where we were. But the study of neutrinos is very important in terms of understanding this. Please, brother, and then sister.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Could you link, just like Sirius A and B?
Yes.
Could that be linked with the solstice and equinox, and how would you fashion the?
It appears that when our Kemetic ancestors respected this star, it rose up. And for 72 days, Sirius cannot be seen in the sky. And that's why the mummification process was 72 days. Because it was the movement of this unseen star waiting for it to appear. Now keep in mind Christianity. When this star rose up out of the heavens, it first appeared. They looked to those three stars in Orion's belt. And those three stars, they would always know when Sirius would rise, because all they had to do from looking at that star, all they knew they had to do was look off to the side, and they would see this other star. I was going to go back to the original piece that you could see, but when you look up into the southern sky, you see the three stars in Orion's belt. If you just look right over, it's the brightest star in the sky. You can see it right there. In the story of Christianity, when the Magi was looking for the Christ child, it really was Orion's belt searching for Sirius to rise, because that told of the flooding of the Nile River. The flooding of the Nile River brought great things to the process. So the idea of the equinoxes, where all days are equal, solstices, where the sun stands still, is all based on the rotation of the earth around the sun. When it's summer in one place, it's winter in another, and vice versa. As that's going on, it's rotating around the Sirius system and is being impacted by that. So it could very well have an impact. And I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. But we have to do more research to really pinpoint. He took over.
Question on the Shabaka stone, yeah? You mentioned that the Shabaka stone, when they found out the information about the Shabaka stone, the people were using it to grind grains.
Yes.
There's a favorite saying known throughout the world about the millstone grinds slowly but surely,
Yes.
which is also actually in the book Hamlet's Mill. It talks about a representative of the pole star, and so the millstone, the millstone would be symbolic of the pole star. Could it be that we're overlooking the concept of meaning? Okay, going back to what you were explaining with the dog and how they make their village and the society life surrounding the cosmic order. Could it be that using the Shabaka stone as a millstone also was preserving the knowledge through the aspect of grinding grains, since that the changes are similar to the whole process of the grinding of grains?
It could be. I can't say it's not. But I do think that if you had a sacred document in your hand that you knew was important,
Yes. Like
You-
grain, though.
huh?
Like grain is sacred for the body. I'm just saying.
Yes, like
Yeah.
grain.
Yeah.
I think with all the other rocks around,
Yeah.
you could have chosen another one to do that.
Yeah.
That's my perception. When
Yeah.
you know, I understand. Yeah, there's a lot of things to me that represent importance to me. But something that is important and something that is important, I would not destroy something important to deal with something that's important, because in those areas where it is grounded or grinded,
Yes.
that reading cannot be done.
Okay.
It can infer a story, but it cannot tell a story. The people who were grinding it did not know what they were doing. They were people that did not write that down. Now, if you had walked into that community and saw African people doing that, then I might go with that metaphor.
Okay.
But the people who were doing it unaware of what they were actually doing it with.
Okay, so it's just this one symbolic stone, or they were using different stones like the Shabaka?
Well, in
They
this
use it
particular
for
village, they must have found the Shabaka stone somewhere.
Okay,
And they used this stone as that stone to beat the grain.
okay.
And in that, they create a lot of pock marks on it.
See.
And they defaced it.
Okay,
So that if it were in a metaphoric state, I might go along with it.
okay, see.
I cannot answer that question, though, because I don't know the answer to it.
Okay.
But all I know is through common sense. If I knew what this document was saying, I would have gone and told the elders, look what I found.
See.
But they didn't do it. They just put that stone down, put the grain, put the other stone, and was just beating on it.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, okay.
But I'm not-
I had a total different understanding of that.
Yes.
The simple reason, because when you go back to the concept of the millstone being the pole star, and actually we use that especially to slavery when our people was going to suffering,
Yes.
where they said the millstone grinds slowly but surely. So in some time we will have change. So I was using that as something in connection. But I understand where you're coming from. I have one more question.
But also, I want to end with this
Yeah.
piece. I can't negate anything people say.
See.
All I can do is offer my thoughts. Because when all is said and done, it might turn out a certain way.
See.
But I just want to leave that other side out there. They should not have done that to that stone.
Okay.
Because I want to read it.
I don't know if I'm taking the time out to ask you another question, but it's similar with the Dogon, because most time about the Dogon we hear this whole concept of alien and that connection.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the emerald tablets and
I've heard of them, but not familiar.
okay.
I'm familiar. What are the emerald tablets?
The emerald tablets is a book supposedly written by Tehuti Tor,
Okay.
and they give you the knowledge of the connection with other star system or other people and other star system.
Where
It's
can
called the
I?
emerald tablets. I'll get you that information.
Yes, ma'am. Please
I'll
do.
meet with you tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Because I'd like to,
Yeah.
get a sense of that.
All right. Respect.
Respect us. Thank you.
I believe the brothers slightly touched on the question I'm about to ask, and you have done so also. But I've read somewhere that the Dogons claim that alien being came and lived amongst them and mated with them, and it could well be that we are the offspring of them. Also, there's a brother who is currently running a seminar teaching about the Congo Confederation, and that amongst the Congo is the belief and the teaching that we are children of the stars, i.e., we are not originally from this planet, but we really are from the Orion belt, Sirius B. And I wonder if you're aware of it and can throw any light on that.
Well, what I want to do is back up a minute in terms of Sirius and Orion's belt. Sirius, as we know it, is part of another constellation, not Orion. Are they saying it's Orion's belt or the Pleiadian agenda, or are they talking about Sirius?
Well,
Or are they saying Sirius is part of Orion?
well, from what I can gather is that they're saying that we are from the planet Sirius B, and one of the things that make us different from the other people on Earth is the fact that we didn't come through the evolution phase, but whoever it is that came from the Sirius B region mated with the women that was here, and we are the offspring of that union, but we evolved quicker than all the other people and thus became dominant. And I just wondered if you come across that teaching.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay.
So I may not be able to speak directly to that, but I'd be interested in knowing more about that.
Yeah, brother here. We got one here and then, yeah, go ahead. It's him? Okay, you're going to get your question. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to, earlier you mentioned about our ancestors willing themselves or willing things that they would like to happen,
yes,
just through pure will.
Yes.
I've been studying Tahuti and his universal laws, and in one of the laws is the principle of mental, that the mind is over matter.
Yes, yes.
And I was wondering, well, we know there's a lot of sayings that I've related to that particular passage in these writings, you know, mind being over matter, meaning the human mind is over the physical matter.
Yes.
Could you just go on a bit more about that? I think that's where we need to be going.
Well, no doubt, as you quote that law about the universe is mental, looking at the Kybalion and ancient future, to me, personally, from my perspective, I know it is possible. The ability that we have in our mind to make things happen is very powerful. And I think that, when you think of our ancestors on the plantation, they willed themselves off the plantation. They decided that they were going to be free at no matter what. And they were going to leave a legacy for their children in order for the children to be able to reciprocate life. That mind was very strong. When I think of what happened on those plantations, for African people that were going through that, and despite that, and in spite of that, no matter how things seemed to be going against them, they were able to face another day of humiliation, degradation, knowing that they were going to be free.
So my point is, so do you believe, like our ancestors say, that the physical substance of space is subject to human consciousness, meaning that I can have an effect on it? I mean, they've done some studies where when they're trying to affect an atom, or I think it was a quark or a zillion, which is things that are smaller than an atom,
Yes.
that just the very fact that they were thinking they were going to get a particular response, that's the response they got because of the consciousness has a direct effect on matter. Have you heard of that study?
I haven't heard of that study, but I know through a living testament that that's possible. And I'd like to answer your question this way. But I'm not trying to take away anything, and it's probably semantics more than anything else. Because I'm pretty sure we're saying the same thing. I don't believe it's possible. I know it's possible.
Yes.
That's why.
Okay? Yes. And semantics, you're probably saying the same thing. But the word believe, see, we use the word believe, and we use the word faith. When you believe something, you can unbelieve something. When you have faith in something, you can lose faith in something. When you know something, can't touch this. So I know it's possible. And we manifest it. Those of us who are aware, we manifest it. We don't go around telling everybody. This is why when I hear all these people talking about how I can teach you how to do this, no. Because if you had the gift, you know that if you keep going around telling people you are losing your gift. Because the gift is very special to you. And the Creator, the energy force, will take it from you if you abuse it. Because your actions are lessening your impact. So, do it.
Last question, only because of what you just said. So, is that the reason, or do you think that's the reason why our has to set up secret brotherhoods in terms of teaching that knowledge, like the Tahuti initiation ceremonies that are all behind closed doors, and all these Greeks and Europeans coming over to learn these lessons, but we only taught them how many degrees? One, was it? And look what they did with the 1 degree that we taught them about, or 9. So,
from the research I've done, I believe that it became secret when people outside of the culture came in. But I believe that there are no secrets. Everything in front of you is right there for you to see. But you just got to see it. And that's what's difficult. Because if you don't believe it, you're not going to see it. And so what they hoodwink us on is to make us think we're crazy. And that way we won't think about that. Therefore, we will never know what we have access to. If we wanted to shake this stuff loose, we could do this yesterday. But because they are playing with our minds, going back to mind over matter, we're allowing that to occur constantly without ever putting in place what I call the mentality of the enslaved. What our ancestors did is a living testament to what the human being can do when it decides to resurrect its existence. And I go back to Harriet Tubman, I go back to Buchmann, I go back to all the revolutionaries, I go back to the Quilombos of Brazil, where these brothers and sisters, they were not playing. It was this, and they said, this is going to happen. It don't make a difference what anybody say. Okay. Good question, brother. Appreciate you.
Hi there. My question is, earlier on you said that our solar system is going around Sirius, basically, yeah? Which I didn't know before. I always know there's a connection, but I didn't know that we actually were going around it. Yeah. But how does that all link up with the Mayan prediction of 2012, for example, in terms of our solar system, our galaxy moving in relation to is Halcyon, which is some centralized sun that you know, and all that. Yeah. Is there a connection with that as well? Is there like a parallel to the Dogon and the Mayans or Olmecs?
There is a relationship between them. My concern is people have contaminated the message because they know that if we knew what the Mayans were telling us, see, Mayans were black people. If we knew what the Mayans were telling us, we would know how to act on this thing coming up in what they call 2012. See, this 2012 ain't about no end.
Except the guys will return, that's what they said.
Yes. Yes, but you know something? You see, people who try to take us off our game, right? They will say the gods will return. But I want to tell you, the gods are already here. Yes. And I want to take a step further and tell you that the gods are sitting in this room in you right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make it plain. No hocus pocus. I'm not trying to get no hocus pocus. Because that takes us on to a whole nother level we don't need to go to. And I think that very spiritual people are very superstitious people. And if you get too deep into the spirit, you're going to lose the essence of the science because you're going to think if you don't do this, this is going to happen. Like when people celebrate Kwanzaa. Everybody's so bent out of shape. Do you do the green candle? Do you do the red candle? It don't make a difference. You can use whatever color you want. You don't even need red, black, and green. It's nice if you do because it's the colors of liberation. It's your will. It's, you know, what the Kinara and Mishuma and all that, the celebration, that's all a ritual and a ceremony focusing on an African ceremony and an ability to do things in life, which is to bring forward our children. We get bent out of shape if we don't say the right word, this is going to happen. If we don't hold our hands a certain way, this is going to happen. The bottom line is that Your spirit is linking up with the spirit of the cosmos. It's not about how you hold your hands or the words you say. It's what you feel in your heart and you think in your mind. And as African people, sometimes when we get into our own Africanness, we get as superstitious in Africanness as we were in Christianity. And what we have to do is loosen that. Loosen that. Let it go. We are God having a human experience. And who's coming in 2012 is us. That's who's coming. And not only are we coming, but we already here. Look, let's put it like this. We coming and going simultaneously. If you can understand. And the symbol of that are the double heads of Seton and Heru on the one body. Have you ever seen that symbol of Seton and Heru on a single body? That is what is to come and what has been all together at one time in existence. The past and the future in the present.
So 2012.
2012.
Is that just the rise of the real consciousness?
Well, if I could...
That's the return to the physical, as you say, we ain't going nowhere and no one ain't coming there. So the only thing we can add to this world right now is a new...
Well, what I have to tell you about... Well, you see, 2012 troubles me because I know that Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar was jealous. And they said they were the greatest ones. So they took one day from what we call February and added it to July. Julius. Augustus took one day from February and put it in August. And now we have this poem that I still don't remember. 30 days has what? I don't know that. I don't know that. Can I tell us there are 12 months of 30 days and 5 days that's an epigomenal year. Epigomenal month. I know that even as we speak, we say that January is the first month of the year. February is the second month of the year. But now let's understand that the Romans got it from the Greeks got it from the Kemites, and now let's look at the language. We're talking about December. In the Latin language, Dice is what?
10.
10. Nove. Octo. Ogo. Or septe. We don't even know what time it is. Because if you go backwards, guess what the first month is? March. Spring, creation. Wouldn't that make sense? That the first month would be when all life comes back to be. So the year 2012 bothers me because I don't think 2012 is an African year. Because we're on a different calendar altogether.
When we, European blacks in Europe,
Yes.
celebrated year 2000, my Ethiopian brother, he done it way after.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, if you go deep into all of this, you have the Kemites gave us a concept. There's a place that's right near Aswan. It's called Nabta Playa. Nabta Playa. And there's a set of stones there that depict a great year of 26,000 years. Okay, the great year. They laid it out and could follow the constellations over a period of 26,000 years. And through that, yes, it would move around. And through the precession of the equinoxes, they had 12 houses, and every house lasted 2,160 years. If my math is right, that works out to 25,920 years. They added on the other years just to sort of kind of even it out. Now, they had a year of 26,000 years. Now, let me give you this example. Somebody walks into this room through that door right there, right? And they come in and they stand in front of us. They walk around and walk out the back door. What can you tell me? Honestly, I'm not looking for any great answer. What can you tell me about what I just explained to you? What happened? Huh? Yeah, somebody came in, came out. That's what you can tell me. Okay, I keep talking, right? And all of a sudden, that person comes back in, comes in, goes, does the same exact thing. What can you tell me now? Well, no, what they actually did. Yeah, they did it again. Talking, they come through that door, and out, do it again. Now what can you tell me? It appears to be a cycle. It appears to be a cycle. Well, we don't know yet. So what we say is, okay, brother, time it. And I keep talking. Comes in, goes around, goes out. Brother, how much time? He's going to tell me. If our ancestors experienced a 26,000 year cycle, they had to have experienced it a number of times before they knew it was a cycle and timed it. So when we're looking at these dates that these people are giving us, I think that they have now come to realize something's happening. So we have to control it and contain it, and let's start writing books about it to lead them in a different direction so they won't know that the gods that they're talking about are here right now, and they are those gods. I think. This is my personality. This is my concept.
Yeah. Greetings and thank you for your presence. Much love, man. In terms of what we can do to save the planet as melanated people, what would you suggest that we do? Because most of our people seem to be asleep. It seems to be like the Europeans are on this and we're playing catch up. What do we need to do?
Brother, I would say, and as I speak to our brothers and sisters in the United States and everywhere I go, the first thing that we have to do is what Michael Jackson taught us to do. Before you affect change outside, look at the man in the mirror. How am I part of this problem? And out of that answer, you begin to start to do things. You begin to start to develop certain ways of living. It's very simple, brother, what we have to do. It's not hard. There's no magic. We don't have to go out on the street and proselytize and try to get people. All we have to do is show our people that the life that we're living is the righteous life. And one of the first things, as I told brothers and sisters in Amsterdam, one of the first things you can do is when you see that brother or sister out in the street, they got that hat on sideways, them pants are falling down like that, just say hello to them. How you doing? Take interest in our young people. Don't let them frighten us. Brother said to me, he's frightened. He's scared. I said, how can you be scared? If you're scared of them, you're scared of yourself when you look in the mirror. How can you be scared of your children? I mean, if I see somebody coming at me in a threatening way, I might feel a certain way. That's when I really start saying hello to everybody. But, my thing is, I've been beat up before in my life. I have been on the floor and I've had to get up. So I know what it feels like to get like that. So I'm not scared to get there again. We have to start to love ourselves and our people, and we have to just start talking to each other. But one thing that you can start to do is you can begin to financially support the black businesses of the community. You can make it so that when any speakers are coming into Amsterdam, and through Brother Imar, there's a contact made that is going to make these kind of sessions happen. Because I can tell you this. If you want to clean it up, and there are people asleep. You're upset because you're doing all the work, but they sleep. But you know what? If you wake them up, you're going to end up wishing you had left them sleep. Because they're going to get in your way. They're going to start telling you, and they're going to do things wrong because they still sleep. And so you're going to end up having to redo what they did, whereas if you did it, you'd only have to done it once. One day they will wake up. And when they wake up, they will be like us. But right now our people are asleep. They've been hurt. We've been hurt. And I'm not forgiving it. I'm not forgetting it. I'm not going through all of that. What I'm saying is that as a people, just keep doing this. If you can bring another person next time, bring another person next time. If you can bring 2 people, bring 2 people. But continue what you're doing here. Continue doing what you're doing. And support your black. Put aside part of your money every week. Because you do it when you go to church. You get at 10%. If you can give the church 10%, you certainly can save some of your money to go to that brother or sister you see vending, whatever it may be, and purchase those items. And you can make sure that Ancient Future and Muata Books can always make these kinds of things happen. And, yes? Did I sort of kind of answer your question, bro? It's very simple.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
You have the mic? You need the mic?
I'd just like to make a comment in terms of the date and time. Simply to say that the Caucasites are tying themselves back against the wall because their findings now doesn't marry up with the time frame that they say this is. For an example, the Jewish brothers know, they calculate time now as 5,000 X, Y, and Z. The Muslims are on a different date pattern, and it certainly is not 2010. The Ethiopians equally, it's not certainly 2010. And, but the Roman Empire, they are in a quandary because every day they claim that they found a part of the old London Bridge, which is 3,000 years old. If the bridge is 3,000 years old, how do they marry that up with year 2010? So they've got a bit of a problem going on here as well. And I think they also realize that they've lied themselves to the wall because it's things that the Mayans said should be happening, say, from 2012. It's already happening now, and this is one of the panic that's going on, with, which has caused them to bring out the swine flu. Do you understand? Because certain things had to get done. The population had to be decreased, but at a particular time. But they've been caught out. So I say this to my brothers and sisters that are here, and those especially with children. Do not allow your child to get immunization.
Hallelujah.
Do not allow it. It doesn't matter what threat they're going to give to you and put out to us. Do not take it. And if you don't believe me, get the movie V for Victory and your eyes will open.
Okay.
I just want to say something on the back of what she's saying. 1918, the first flu pandemic broke out. 1918, yeah? And what did they cure it with? A natural herb called cancer bush. Yeah? So get your cancer bush, man. You don't need no vaccine and immune and thing, yeah? Cancer bush, a natural herb, work with that. See? Yeah, check it on the net. Go www. Thank you. That's your one. All the W's, cancerbush.org. Save your lives, save your children, save yourselves. Yeah? Don't allow these people to bamboozle you to taking Tamiflu and all their foolishness, because they want to decimate in England. They want to decimate 30 million people. Yeah, worldwide they want to get rid of 500 million. Okay, cool.
Okay. On that note, people, we're finished for this evening. Remember tomorrow, British Museum, 11 o'clock. Please put your name down and your number, your contact number. And if you can make it, we'll see you tomorrow. And we're going to dance. Please, can I have another warm round welcome for Brother Kaba? Back? Okay, just before we begin the part 2, Tomorrow we are having a gathering at the British Museum. Anybody who wishes to join us, please see Sister Rosanna and do put your names down and your numbers. 11 o'clock. Till whenever. Infinity.
That's 2 hours, 11, 12, 1, 2. 2:30, 3 o'clock, yes?
Okay, 2:30, 3 o'clock, okay. But you can stay there if you want. There's a lot of stuff in the artifacts that are there that when you see it, you probably won't want to leave anyway, to be quite honest. So tomorrow, 11 o'clock, do put your names down. There will be a small donation as well, please. So please see Sister Rosanna before you leave, so you can put your name down in the book. Okay, I'm not going to waste your time. Without further ado, we shall continue. Part 2, Mysteries of the Dogon. Right, so we've got an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's a question and answer. Okay. So, warm round welcome, please, for Brother.
A lot of the reason why I'm going to the British Museum tomorrow is because of this next piece that we're going to do. I've been doing research on the Shabaka stone probably a little over 25 years now. I was first introduced to the Shabaka stone through getting a book entitled Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James. Chapter 8 deals with the Memphite theology. As I did my research, I found out that the Shabaka stone was uncomfortably being housed in the British Museum as item number 498. The Shabaka stone, as we're going to go through this, is probably one of the most important primary sources that we have. I have done research for those who have got the DVD with myself and Dr. Gabriel Iyibo. Dr. Gabriel Iyibo and myself, we are working out a process. He is the mathematician, physicist, nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. He is operating out of a concept that he has found what is called the formula for the grand unified theory. Albert Einstein died saying he was trying to find it. The great majority of physicists are trying to find it. Dr. Gabriel Iyibo has found it. The formula is more important than just knowing a formula. Mathematics is spirituality written down. When you decode and understand the Shabaka stone literally, you would be able to achieve the feats of the master priests and priestesses of ancient Egypt, Dogon, Bambara, and all of the other African nations within Nigeria, Ghana, all of the things that they sought to bring under their control. And by control, we mean one with nature. Not defeating nature, not messing with nature,